Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Jackson Sweep doesn't even drink beer, but Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that when Josh Allen personally tapped him to build the biggest beer snake possible, the lifelong Wyoming Cowboys superfan delivered.
Jackson Sweep was standing in the student section chanting MVP along with everyone else, and Josh Allen began to single him out. I like to think it was the fact that Jackson was wearing a hard hat. He looked like a guy who could get things done. Someone on social media called him the foreman of the beer snake. Whatever it was, they met, and it was a dream come true, of course, for Jackson, who had idolized Allen. And Allen's directions were really clear and to the point. Make me the biggest beer snake possible.
The slithering Tower of Cups caught the attention of ESPN and the Kelsey brothers, who commented on the sheer engineering feat it took to make the beer snake. A historic 100-year-old Catholic church in Rock Springs has been closed and put up for sale to help fund a new parish campus. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that parishioners are trying to preserve the historic Saints Cyril and Methodius Catholic Church.
There were so many of the Slav people coming in. 32% of workers at one point in Rock Springs were Slavic people, and they started to push to have their very own Catholic church. And so there was a bit of a tussle, according to the National Register of Historic Places, that took place during that time period. The bishop initially approved their church, then he backed off and tried to build a new church where both communities would go. That didn't go over real well. So ultimately, the Slavic community did get their very own church in Rock Springs, right next door to Our Lady of Sorrows, which was the other church, which catered more to Western Europeans.
Saints Cyril and Methodius started as a dugout covered basement space on the Slavic side of the town of Rock Springs. The determined immigrants raised $15,000 for their very own church and never looked back. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A South Cheyenne family is lucky to be alive, escaping with just the clothes on their backs. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that on Tuesday, a fast-moving fire whipped by strong winds ripped through their home, destroying everything.
They ran out literally with their clothes on their back, had no shoes, and they just watched as the house burned to the ground, basically. And it was kind of propelled by the high winds. The winds got up to over 25 miles an hour last night. Firefighters had a hard time controlling it, and eventually it just consumed the entire house, and they lost basically everything. It's a tragic thing to happen, especially around Christmas. They lost all their Christmas presents and all their photos and things like that.
Ben Hopkins, acting chief of Laramie County Fire District Number 1, tells Cowboy State Daily that the cause of the fire remains under investigation. Vandals damaged multiple displays at Laramie's Winter Lights Fest, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that organizer Brian Welper says he hopes the community discourages the act and the suspected vandals learn from it.
On Saturday evening, he and his guys found out that they had been vandalized. He said 5 out of the 80-some displays had cords cut and other things wrong with them. And the crews went and patched them. And I asked Welper, did you contact the police? And he was like, no, we put it out on social media. We're not sure what we want to do, but we are hoping, especially if it's kids, as people are saying, that they learn from this.
Welper tells Cowboy State Daily that he has set up cameras to monitor if any more vandalizing occurs, but he won't say if he'll turn the video footage over to the police. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday, December 17. Good to have you with us. Stories we're tracking. The top story of the day, which is probably good news. Better to have a story like this than something with tragedy or crime. Top story involves beer. That's good. And Josh Allen sold in the University of Wyoming. Cowboy football. So, yeah, I'm all about that. David Madison introduces us to Jackson Sweet, the guy who can get things done. Cowboy super fan. We're going to have him on the show, I think, tomorrow. It'll be so cool. We'll ask him what it was like to be asked by the legend, the GOAT, the MVP, Josh Allen, build me a big beer snake. What is a beer snake? I got to admit, I did not know. I had to go look it up. Now I know. Now I get it. We're going to look at that story. Sheridan man, here's your blood and gore. Sheridan man has pleaded guilty, second-degree murder for bludgeoning his mother and then hiding her body. Second degree? Does it get any more first than that? I mean, okay, Nick Reiner. Israel Melvin, 24-year-old. Loving son. This offspring violence on their parents, I don't understand at all. Yeah, vandals, we heard thieves stole the dinosaur. Yesterday we heard about that. Today, it's Christmas lights, Christmas tree display. Vandals have wrecked multiple winter lights fest displays in Laramie. What is wrong with people? What's such anger in the holiday season? A Texas hunter came upon a deer locked up with another deer. Two bucks had locked antlers fighting, and one was dead and the other living one was almost dead for the exhaustion from trying to get free. This Texas hunter did the smart thing, whipped out his pistol and shot the deer's antlers off. Oh, man. I mean, probably didn't have a saw, and that would have taken too long. He just shot his antlers off. Mark Hines has that story. And we learn more about the three Cheyenne teens that met in a parking lot trying to buy a firearm. I think they found on Craigslist or one of those real sketchy websites where meet me in this dark parking lot. I'll sell you a hot gun. Well, the three kids had a better idea. Why buy it when you can just take it from the dude? But here's the thing about firearms. They're kind of dangerous. If you go show up at a firearm transaction with the intent to steal the dude's gun instead of pay for it, expect to get the gun bullets first. And they did. Oh, man. We'll talk about that. National stories, yes. Warner Brothers, that bid to buy Warner Brothers by Netflix. Remember that Warner was joined at the last minute by Paramount. The whole deal might be scrapped by Trump and the DOJ. Is that who decides? Department of Justice decides whether there's a monopoly. The whole thing's going to have Trump's approval. But at this point, Warner Brothers, what say you, Warner? And they said, we don't want Paramount Skydance. We don't like the takeover bid that they proposed. We'd rather be sold to Netflix. We want to be absorbed by Netflix. We think it'll be better for fans. So Warner Brothers has asked investors to reject a takeover bid from Paramount Skydance. Rather would prefer Netflix. So far, that's breaking news early this morning. Great opinion piece, a letter to the editor, Ken Buck. The U.S. education system has been hijacked. It's time to take it back. He has some really interesting arguments, many of which we've heard from Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. I want to dig deep into Ken Buck's letter to the editor, and I want him on the show. Really good stuff from him. Let's look at a weather forecast for you. Don Day weather forecast. It is pouring rain right now in Jackson. Rain. Golly, I can't recall a December like this. Casper, high wind warning till tonight, late tonight, chance of rain and or snow. I don't know how you're going to get snow because the high in Casper is 57. High wind warning in Lander, rain or snow mix with a high 54. It's going to be windy in Lander. High wind warning in Evanston, rain and snow pretty much a certainty today with highs around 44. That will be a mix depending on what the wind does when it comes down. That could be rain and or snow or both in Evanston. Rock Springs as well, high wind warning. Rain snow mix, highs in 51 maybe. Pinedale, high wind warning till about 5 this afternoon. Snow and rain certain in Pinedale. Probably be mostly snow, but it depends. Their high today, 41. Afton, you're going to top out at 42 with plenty of wind, rain, and snow. Du Bois, windy today. Snow, rain, very windy. Highs 43 as from day weather forecast. When Don Day says very windy, take note. He doesn't use... You don't usually need to dress up the four-letter word in Wyoming, wind, very often, but he does today with a very high wind warning in Jackson. All day today with rain and snow near certain, highs 43. It's currently 41 and raining. Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, you'll see wind today as well. Chance of rain mainly before 2. The afternoon could become sunnyish with highs 58 in Thermopolis. Wow. High wind warning in Cody for most of the day. Rain midday, highs 55. Plenty of wind in Buffalo with a chance of rain starting about 9 in the morning. The afternoon could turn sunny with highs 55. Sheridan, you'll get to about 58 with a chance of rain or snow. Gillette, oh yeah, plenty of wind. Chance of rain after about 11-ish with highs near 54. Today's highs in most Wyoming cities are equivalent to the expected wind gusts. So ballparking the state today, you're looking highs in the mid-50s and wind in the mid-50s. A 50-50 day, as Don Day often called it. This is a perfect 50-50 day. High wind warning in Newcastle. Chance of rain mainly after 2, highs 53. Wind in Torrington. Today, tonight, right through tomorrow morning. Chance of rain late afternoon in Torrington. Otherwise, mostly sunny. And dig this, 65 for a high today in Torrington. Down on the plains, yes. 65. December 17th. We're 8 days out from Christmas. White Christmas in Torrington? I'm thinking not. Brown Christmas. Gold Christmas, if you want to be optimistic. But nah, I don't think white. Wind and Lusk with highs 58. Cheyenne, high wind warning till midnight tonight. Chance of rain late afternoon. Mostly sunny until then with highs 57 in the state capital. Wind in Laramie. And chance of snow and or rain with highs 49. And finally, Rawlins, high wind warning until midnight tonight. Snow and rain likely with highs 46. So, yeah, across the state in general, low 50s for a high and low 50s for wind gust. Dang. That's a 50-50 day. Guest today, Jim Magagna is going to be with us. He's the livestock guy. They just finished up a winter get-together. I don't know, what do they call that thing? The Wyoming Stock Growers Association Winter Roundup Convention and Trade Show. It just took place last week. We'll ask him how that went. What he learned there. But he's the executive VP of the Wyoming Stock Growers. Jim Magagna is going to be on to talk about cows, sheeps, and anything else that might be flying through the air on a windy day in Wyoming. Joanna Kail will be here. I really am a Joanna Kail fan. And I'm a fan of Wyoming PBS, and I just can't stress enough how different Wyoming PBS is different from the PBS that comes to mind when you think about the rescission of money at the federal level, the money taken away by Trump. We don't need to be funding public television and public radio if all they are is left-leaning tools, Trump said from the White House. And that message gets echoed, I think, by each state to a different degree. There's resistance in blue states, and there's kowtowing in red states. And I hate that in the middle of it all, Wyoming public television gets dragged into that whole political stuff, because Joanna Kail will tell you, but she won't go harping on it, and I'll do it for her. Wyoming PBS is not the PBS that's the target of conservatives, Republicans, and President Trump. It's not. And I'll tell you what their programming is. We'll talk to Joanna, and we'll ask her what it was like to go up in front of the joint legislative committee and ask for money. I can't imagine anything more uncomfortable. Suddenly your clothes get itchy. You got to sit in front of John Bear and the rest of them. They're all wearing red blazers to remind themselves not to operate government in the red. They're all fiscally conservative. They're all just looking for a reason to deny you anything. And Joanna has to go in front of them and say, well, we're $3 million short because the Fed shut off the funding faucet. And, oh, yeah, we need another $3.6 million for a new tower because we're operating with old equipment. Oh, I would not want to be her squirming in front of that committee. But we'll have Joanna Kail on a little more friendly fire on the show and ask her what's going on, Wyoming PBS. And I'll tell you some of the programming. It is not liberal shenanigan stuff. Not at all. It glorifies and showcases Wyoming, period. When's the last time you've seen a documentary on a Trona miner? Okay. Is that Democrat? I don't know. I'm thinking not. I can't think of anybody who took the time to do a movie on a Trona miner. Men and presumably women who mine Trona. Yeah. I don't know where the left-leaning agenda is there. Is that woke? I don't think so. Claire McFarland will be here because it's a Wednesday. It's always fun to talk with Cowboy State Daily journalist Claire, who's half lawyer, half reporter. Joe Candelas is going to be here. Besides being the father of one of my favorite multi-sport athletes, McKenna Candelas, for the Cody Phillies. She plays volleyball, basketball. She was good. I think she's moved on to college. Joe Candelas is going to tell us all about bears. Black bear, grizzly bear, bear. Lots of bear stuff. Bear care, not that kind of bear care. And nothing to do with John Bear. This is actual, what are the species doing? He was out recently hunting black bear, and he said he saw gobs of grizzly everywhere. We'll talk to Joe Candelas on how many more grizzlies there are out there. What does it mean for the black bear population? It's a Wednesday, so Jared Petrino is here. We'll talk a little bit about UW sports. Basketball team had a big win in San Diego on the road. That was good news. And finally, April Mead, Yellowstone photographer based in Gardner, Montana. She had that recent photo of a bison being hauled by a front end loader. How do they get rid of big carcasses in Yellowstone? Now, mostly they let things lie. They let nature take its course. They don't meddle with anything in Yellowstone. They leave it natural. But occasionally a bison will die somewhere where the carcass is going to attract predators, bears, whatnot, wolves. And it may be in a high traffic area for humans. So you'll have to remove occasionally carcasses. April Mead had a rare shot, video and photo of heavy machinery. They got to burn some diesel in Yellowstone to get rid of them dead buffalo. And she's also the one that had that video of the wolves that were swimming after the rack of ribs that fell in the river and was floating away. And this one wolf said, "Nah, man, I want that rack of ribs." And he swam after it, grabbed it, and tried to pull it out of the river. She had that whole video. April Mead's in Yellowstone a lot with her camera. We're going to check in with her today and ask her what it's like to be in Yellowstone, almost every day and shooting the wildlife. Not that kind of shooting like with a camera. Yeah, so big day, busy day, lots going on a Wednesday. We'll take our first break and I'll set some stuff up for you. And Jim Magagna coming along here in just a bit.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show on a kind of a dreary Wednesday. I mean, I can't call it a gray day yet because it's still dark, but it is soggy. Dang. Well, let's get the bad stuff. Let's get the yucky stuff out of the way. Sheridan man Israel Melvin, 24-year-old, has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for bludgeoning his mother, then hiding the body under some gasoline-soaked blankets. He changed his plea after mental evaluations, faces 22 to 40 years behind bars. What was the mental evaluation? Did they find him... in November of 24, Melvin pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness. Several months of mental evaluations and court interactions followed. In December 10th of this year, Melvin changed course and simply pleaded guilty. So I don't know if they ever found out that he was deranged in any way or mentally incompetent or whatever. He's definitely not hitting on all cylinders. I mean, people don't pound their mother to death. That's not something sons do. People do. Yeah, you're mental. Oh, these cases where people have to, by reason of mental, whatever, build a special prison then for those who can't understand what the charge is or aren't responsible for what they do because they're mental. Yeah, you're all mental. Anybody who does these kind of crimes beats their mother to death. Oh, and then has the wherewithal. Suddenly your mental capacities are with you when you realize, oh, that's wrong. I'm going to get in trouble. We don't kill people. I'm going to hide the body and potentially burn it to get gasoline-soaked clothes. Yeah. So you're kind of mental when the act comes over you, but then you're not mental in the aftermath when you're trying to cover it up. Whatever. Mentally deficient or not, you need to be locked away from society. Not so much for you, but for us. You violated a code of trust. This isn't about rehabilitation as much as some of institutional experts would like to say. We need to rehabilitate this is about putting you in a cage where you can't get me or my wife or my mother. You need to be locked up. Mental. Yeah. Number one, who cares whether you're found to be mentally incompetent to stand trial? And two, yeah, I'm already assuming you are. You beat your mother to death with what? Was there an object here? Not that it matters also. Yeah, he was high on marijuana, allegedly. Had several rolled joints labeled as Delta A or Delta 9. What is that? It's a cannabinoid variation. Oh, there's so much synthetic marijuana going on now. Besides the good old stuff that we all smoked in college. Oh, come on. We all experimented with one toke, right? That was the good stuff, the real stuff that grew in the ground. Now there's all kinds of synthetic variations that show up at these CBD oil shops, CBD, whenever they are. They're just changed in a laboratory. One tweak of the ingredients, one tweak of what makes the synthetic cannabis now makes it suddenly legal for a month or two while the laws have to chase it and try to catch up with it. And the law says this is an illegal substance. This is likened to marijuana. It's illegal. And then somebody in a lab coat tweaks it, changes it just enough that suddenly you got a brand new, novel marijuana product. I don't know if that's what this guy is smoking. Whatever he's smoking, I don't advise it if it causes you to beat your mother to death. Got in a loud argument. This happened back in January 6, 2024. This monster's still walking around. I hope he's been incarcerated since then. Mom went and picked him up at Domino's. How old is this guy? He can't drive. His mom's got to go. He's 24. Okay, so he is still a kid by today's standards. 24 is the new 17. I mean, he might as well be 17. You know, think about it. In our day, that means like a 17-year-old. A 24-year-old man is basically a teenager. He ain't got no car. He's got his job at Domino's. And on his time off, he plays video games and smokes pot in his mom's basement. I mean, this is so stereotypical. But then the mom, let's see, 2 broken ribs, skull fractured extensively, blunt force trauma with a blunt object with sharp corners. So we don't know what the tool was. Something. Oh, metal fireplace tools. Okay, so with a fireplace poker, he whacks his mom enough times to kill her. Police arrive. Law enforcement arrives. The place smells of gasoline. They found Israel Melvin later in Wendy's. What's he doing? Does he have another job? He's a hustler. I'll give him that. He's working 2 jobs, Domino's and Wendy's. Yeah, it's bad. Israel Melvin has been arrested in the past. How many times? This is almost never a one-off, right? It's almost never somebody acting out of character. Like, wow, we would have never expected of Israel Melvin. He was such a quiet neighbor. No, Sheridan Police Department has numerous run-ins with this guy. December 12th, 2023, citation for Israel committing unlawful contact against his mother. So he's already got a history of what? Pushing his mother down or doing something. August 12th, 2022, sex crime against a 15-year-old. Red flag. June 23, 2020, charge on suspicion of assaulting a 12-year-old during a dispute in a public park. May 5th, 2019, arrested on suspicion of aggravated battery against his mother, swinging a knife towards his mother, throwing objects at her head. This is back in 2019. Any wonder why the next time the cops come knocking at the door, mom's dead? It's all there laid out in 4 prior arrests. Claire McFarland with the story, and yeah, let's get that bad taste out of our mouths. Sheridan man pleads guilty to bludgeoning mother to death, hiding her body. And it's time to hide your body, Israel, in a cage for 22 to 40 years. I'm opting more towards the 40 end of things, if I'm the judge. Claire McFarland's other story about vandals wrecking Christmas lights. What's the matter with people? Organizer Brian Welper says he hopes the community can get together and help police the area and discourage suspected vandals, maybe turn these kids in, believed to be kids. That's the thought of Brian Welper. He's the organizer of Laramie's Winter Lights Fest. Beautiful display in downtown Laramie. They do it up. I like it. One of the better Christmas displays. But some kids with too much time on their hands, probably smoking that synthetic marijuana. I sound like Clint Eastwood in the movie Get Off My Lawn movie. Probably them kids smoking a marijuana. Tough Guys Landscaping and Lighting partnered with local businesses and sponsors and glamorize the city's park with Christmas lights. Beautiful. That's now the 4th year they've done that. Washington Park. Real beautiful display, but it kind of got wrecked. Some cords were cut, damage done to some of the larger displays. This stupid stuff. Come on. Laramie Mayor Sharon Cumby voiced disappointment when told of the vandalism, saying, "These stunning lights are very meaningful to the people of Laramie." She lives near the park, can probably see the glow of the lights from where she lives, the mayor. But she's discouraged. So are we all. Disappointed with today's youth. We've got nothing better to do. Those two downer stories from Claire McFarland, who appears on the show today. And we'll chat with her. Maybe we'll avoid those topics. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines has a story about an outdoorsman, Barrett LaCourie, on December 7th. This did not happen in Wyoming, but it's got Wyoming kind of written all over it, huh? He's on a whitetail buck he stumbled upon. He and a friend found these 2 whitetail bucks hopelessly locked by their antlers. He was in Texas Panhandle country, up in the Pan. There wasn't enough time to hike all the way back and retrieve a hacksaw. I figured, not many people are rolling with a saw on their person or even in the truck. So what do you do when you see these 2 bucks locked up and one's dead and the other is exhausted and probably nearing death? So plan B for LaCourie was, well, I got a Springfield Hellcat 9mm here. He always carries that with him in the field. And he thought he would shoot off the dead buck's antlers so as to, not even come close to the living buck. And he didn't want to hurt him, or accidentally hit him or ricochet, whatever. So he tried to shoot off the dead buck's antlers. When that didn't work, he had to go to plan C, which was to blast off roughly half of one of the live buck's antlers. But he did it. And that did the trick. He said the befuddled buck stumbled to its feet and ran away. We have the video. Really? Do we have the video? Let me see that. Let me be the judge of that. Oh my goodness, we do have the video. I'm going to play this for you. Those of you on radio, just envision LaCourie standing over these 2 bucks. One's dead, white-tailed deer, and the other is locked up with him, and he can't get away. And this guy's like shooting the lock off the door like they do in the movies. It's pretty good stuff. Hopefully. Yeah, here he is aiming. Bang. And it does break up. Good aim, buddy. So this buck has half his antlers shot off. And he's walking kind of crooked for sure. There's no audio. And he does it. Good shot. Interesting. He does it, shoots it off, and the buck has to figure out how to walk around with half an antler. He's going to drop those soon anyway, probably next month. But great job, Barrett LaCourie. Great shot. And saves at least one buck whitetail deer for another day. Very interesting. He's been up in Wyoming to hunt, I think. He lives and hunts in Texas, but he's been on hunts all over the country, including Wyoming. He hunted mule deer and antelope up here in the Casey area, so... Yeah, he's, we'll claim him for our own. He's a Texan, but he does equate the panhandle of Texas with some Wyoming feel, which is true. I've been in the panhandle. It's very much a Wyoming feel. Not what you would think of typical Texas, and not often just hot. Certainly not like Houston humidity weather. The pan is, you get some rough country and rugged terrain and wicked weather. Definitely. And that way, it's very much kind of Wyoming. But good job by LaCourie. If he went all the way back for a saw, chances are that buck would not have survived another hour, 2 hours, whatever it would have taken. What a shot. Great shot and good ending, positive ending to that story. Let's take a break, and I think Jim Magagna is going to be with us after this.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness.
Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right, let's get into the Zoom room and get Jim in here. It's Jim Magagna. We're going to talk a little bit about cattle. What do you think? Maybe a little bit about sheep, a little bit about cows. And Jim is able to navigate both those areas where, 120 years ago, a sheep man and cow man, they didn't see eye to eye. That was a cause for throwing lead around, Jim, back in the day. But you manage that ground no matter what the livestock, cattle, sheep, it's all good for Wyoming.
Well, happy to be on, and certainly that is true. And you prompt me to tell a short tale I experienced just about a week ago. I was driving down the highway and trailing along the fence next to the highway in a row, nose to tail, were 3 cows, 1 sheep, and then 2 more cows. And I fortunately didn't get a picture of it, but I thought, what evidence of what has changed in this period of time, that not only do we as sheep producers and cattle producers get along well, but our animals do as well.
Oh my goodness. And I wonder if the canines that are tasked with accompanying these different animals, whether you had a Australian cattle dog or a Great Pyrenees or both, and how they get along. That was a real mixed bag. How about that, Jim?
That was an experience that I wish I had recorded, because it brings back to mind a lot of that history that you're referencing.
Well, longtime sheep man down in the Rock Springs area. It's Jim Magagna. He is the Wyoming Stock Growers Executive VP nowadays, was once president of the American Sheep Industry Association, director of the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments. Jim's been there, done that, has the T-shirt. Let's talk about the Wyoming Stock Growers Association Winter Roundup Convention Trade Show. It was a 3-day deal. When did it, like December 8th through the 10th? How'd that go?
It was 8th through the 10th in Casper. It was outstanding. We had the highest attendance we've had in quite a few years for that event. I give some credit to the weather, which was ideal. I give a lot of credit to the cattle market this fall, which has put people in a better financial position. And I think some of the topics we discussed were of interest too, particularly our focus for this convention, which was on new technology that's available to the ranching community. And there seemed to be a strong interest in that.
Yeah, I want to talk about what Dr. Peale had to say. He's a livestock economist. Certainly, we got to always looking at the future if you're a cattleman or a sheepman. What tech type things emerged? What struck you as noteworthy as far as technology?
Well, things that I was aware of, certainly, that we're starting to see more of. One is the use of technology to allow a rancher to control their water wells from a distance, if they've got watering facilities out there. In the old days, so to speak, they had to go out there every day to make sure that the troughs were full and that everything was working. Now they can monitor that off their cell phone and only travel out if there's a call or an indication that something is not working correctly. That's a big one. The use of these GPS collars on cattle to identify where they are and to be able to confine them within pasture, just like you would use on your dog, perhaps to keep it in your backyard without needing fencing. That's gaining a lot of popularity. The product is improving constantly as we go forward, and I think we're going to see more and more of that in Wyoming in the next few years, not only because of it's a way to allow you to control those movements, and it's remarkable what you can do, but the cost of fencing has become so extreme today that if you can avoid at least some of those internal fences and manage your pastures better by using GPS technology, that's going to have a lot of appeal to our ranching community. And then we had some demonstrations of the way you can use ear tags that are electronic that will not only tell you where the animal is, but how the animal is behaving. Is a cow being bred by the bull or not? Does she have health issues? All of those technologies are evolving. I often get asked, is all of that going to replace the cowboy? And I don't think that's going to happen. We're still going to need that cowboy out there, but his or her tasks are going to become much easier with the use of technology.
Yeah, the cowboy might be clicking a mouse more often than saddling a horse or riding that ATV, but I don't know. I think the invisible fence thing, that tech is interesting. We've seen it applied to backyard dogs. I think we're a few years away from seeing that be really viable. It's all going to come down to, how well does it work in Wyoming's terrain and how expensive it is. When it's less expensive than buck rail fence, we might see it, or your barbed wire fence. I mean, because who likes working the post pounder?
Exactly, and I think we're seeing already today that in some circumstances it is cheaper than building certainly a barbed wire fence. Now, another technique that's being used on pastures some is electric fencing, and that's much cheaper to install. So that's still a viable tool as well. But I think the collars do have a significant role in our future in the cattle industry in Wyoming.
Yeah, and certainly the electronic ear tags, that makes a lot of sense. There's worry that we don't need the government having access to that data. This is just for the rancher, so he knows where his cows are and what they're doing. Keeps ranchers up at night, those two questions. Maybe the ear tag thing, that makes a whole lot of sense. And the tech, that water tank well tech. I mean, there are ranchers who they got 200,000 miles on the beat up pickup in 2 years, just running from well to well. Man, that's wasted time. And if we can have technology do it, that Australian outfit's figured some things out, and I like where that's going.
Well, it's really got a lot of potential. And it's hard for me to think back to the old days and say, how has a cell phone become so much a part of the ranching industry today? Not only for phone calls, that's almost the least significant part, but for controlling all these different technologies and keeping track of your animals. I've been in Washington, D.C. with a rancher from Colorado who pulled his cell phone out, showed me where all his cows were on the cell phone.
That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. It's a brave new world, man. And rolling with it is like the oldest association ever in Wyoming. Established April 4th, 1872. It was the first association formed in Wyoming well before we were a state, still a territory. Second association formed in the state of Wyoming. So yeah, this Wyoming stock growers have learned to roll with it, adapt to whatever's happening. And right now, things look really good in the cattle industry. Prices for beef are super high. Hopefully that gets to the rancher. It isn't swallowed all up by the meat packers, but that's another issue. But people are still buying meat, still buying beef, even though prices are high. That's encouraging. Really good news for the cattle industry. Is it going to continue that way? What did Dr. Peel have to say? Can you sum up what he talked about?
Well, he, of course, presented a lot of charts on different things, and I won't go into great detail, but conclusion is he certainly anticipates that we're looking at potentially 2 or 3 more years of these sustained prices, maybe even higher prices in 2026 than what we saw in 2025, which is wonderful. Those in the business. The one downside is that are the factors that are driving that, and the significant one is the decline in our cattle population, which is at the lowest it's been since back in the, I believe, 1970s. And, that's maybe some of that is beneficial to those who stayed in the business, but we need to see a turnaround. And while these high prices are wonderful and puts money in the bank in 2025, it also discourages people from retaining heifers to grow their herds back. A lot of herds in Wyoming were declined significantly because of drought in recent years, because of financial pressures as well. And we need to rebuild those herds to truly take advantage of this and to truly meet the growing consumer demand. And when you can sell that heifer for several $1,000s, it's tempting to not retain them and all that goes with that. But we need to see some things that will encourage rebuilding of herds. And I'm confident we can get there, but that's going to take effort on the part of our producers. It's going to take the right government programs that give us some liberties to operate in a cost-effective manners, and there will be some challenges for the next 2 or 3 years as we start that rebuilding process. And Dr. Peel's prediction is that we're probably 4 or 5 years away from actually achieving a significant turnaround.
Yeah, well, it's never been a better time. I understand that, herds are thinning, less supply. Even if demand remains steady, that's market forces. You can see why the prices are up. And you can see why the Trump administration has introduced the, potential for Argentinian beef just to try to keep supply up. But there are so many concerns facing the cattle industry, the livestock producers, and that's a big part of what you're doing. You're in Cheyenne every year. This is a budget session year. It feels like we just finished a legislative session last year. You got a lot accomplished. You were there lobbying for stock growers, and you're going to be there again in 2026 for the budget session, protecting private property rights, creating value-added market opportunities for Wyoming beef, and encouraging our next generation of young ranchers to get into the biz. What's coming up this session?
Well, of course, the budget, and that's going to be an interesting session with regards to that budget. Fortunately, the programs that directly impact agriculture, funding for our Department of Agriculture, for our Wyoming Livestock Board, those seem to be pretty solid, and they're not looking for major expansions, and we're well received by the Appropriations Committee that's been meeting the last couple of weeks here in Cheyenne. We've got a few other things. We know that the likelihood of moving important issues in a budget session is somewhat limited, but we are working and have been working with legislators, bringing forward some bills dealing with state lands. We've had a number of pieces of legislation on that in recent years. We've got a couple left. The primary one is to expedite and smooth out the process for subleasing or bringing non-owned livestock onto state trust lands to make it better reflect the realities of our industry in Wyoming today. And many of these laws that were written 120 years ago simply don't quite fit today's style. So we'll be working on some of those. As you mentioned, private property rights, that's always at the top of our list, and making sure we receive the right balance there as Wyoming pursues opportunities for economic growth in other industries, whether it be energy industry or high-tech industries, making sure that the property rights of landowners who, as well as their ability to benefit from that growth in those other industries is protected appropriately in the state is high on our list. That might be one that we didn't have 40, 50 years ago, especially in terms of high-tech developments in the state. But all of those will be critical to us as we move forward this year. There are always certain issues with wildlife, although in general, wildlife and ranching complement each other very well. And certainly vast majority of our members are very supportive of maintaining healthy wildlife populations. Those populations can get out of hand. There are issues with regards to wildlife corridors, with regards to landowner licenses that will be brought in front of the legislature. Whether they will move this year is another matter.
Jim Magagna joins us. We're talking about the Wyoming stock growers, where he is executive VP. Stock growers just finished their winter roundup convention in Casper. It was a great success. Learn more on the interwebs. Maybe get involved. Maybe join the Cattlemen's Club. I don't know. WYSGA.org. Wyoming Stock Growers Association, WISGA.org. Jim, thanks for spending the morning with us.
And thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. Always happy to visit with you.
Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to roll on in the next hour. This hour is, look at that, we burned it up. Now, we got another hour lined up for you, though. Don't go far. Cowboy State Daily Show will take a break. Top of the hour news for our radio affiliates across the state. See you on the other side. 6 minutes from now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Jackson Sweep doesn't even drink beer, but Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that when Josh Allen personally tapped him to build the biggest beer snake possible, the lifelong Wyoming Cowboys superfan delivered.
Jackson Sweep was standing in the student section chanting MVP along with everyone else, and Josh Allen began to single him out. I like to think it was the fact that Jackson was wearing a hard hat. He looked like a guy who could get things done. Someone on social media called him the foreman of the beer snake. Whatever it was, they met, and it was a dream come true, of course, for Jackson, who had idolized Allen. And Allen's directions were really clear and to the point. Make me the biggest beer snake possible.
The slithering Tower of Cups caught the attention of ESPN and the Kelsey brothers, who commented on the sheer engineering feat it took to make the beer snake. A historic 100-year-old Catholic church in Rock Springs has been closed and put up for sale to help fund a new parish campus. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that parishioners are trying to preserve the historic Saints Cyril and Methodius Catholic Church.
There were so many of the Slav people coming in. 32% of workers at one point in Rock Springs were Slavic people, and they started to push to have their very own Catholic church. And so there was a bit of a tussle, according to the National Register of Historic Places, that took place during that time period. The bishop initially approved their church, then he backed off and tried to build a new church where both communities would go. That didn't go over real well. So ultimately, the Slavic community did get their very own church in Rock Springs, right next door to Our Lady of Sorrows, which was the other church, which catered more to Western Europeans.
Saints Cyril and Methodius started as a dugout covered basement space on the Slavic side of the town of Rock Springs. The determined immigrants raised $15,000 for their very own church and never looked back. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A South Cheyenne family is lucky to be alive, escaping with just the clothes on their backs. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that on Tuesday, a fast-moving fire whipped by strong winds ripped through their home, destroying everything.
They ran out literally with their clothes on their back, had no shoes, and they just watched as the house burned to the ground, basically. And it was kind of propelled by the high winds. The winds got up to over 25 miles an hour last night. Firefighters had a hard time controlling it, and eventually it just consumed the entire house. And they lost basically everything. It's a tragic thing to happen, especially around Christmas. They lost all their Christmas presents and all their photos and things like that.
Ben Hopkins, acting chief of Laramie County Fire District No. 1, tells Cowboy State Daily that the cause of the fire remains under investigation. Vandals damaged multiple displays at Laramie's Winter Lights Fest, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that organizer Brian Welper says he hopes the community discourages the act and the suspected vandals learn from it.
On Saturday evening, he and his guys found out that they had been vandalized. He said 5 out of the 80-some displays had cords cut and other things wrong with them. And the crews went and patched them. And I asked Welper, like, did you contact the police? And he was like, no, we put it out on social media. We're not sure what we want to do, but we are hoping, especially if it's kids, as people are saying, that they learn from this.
Welper tells Cowboy State Daily that he has set up cameras to monitor if any more vandalizing occurs, but he won't say if he'll turn the video footage over to the police. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
This entire statewide emergency broadcast system is maintained by a fiscally conservative technical staff of just 4.5 full-time employees.
You're listening to
who have quite literally
Joanna
been
Kail,
known to take the Wyoming Public Television Snowcat out on the night
as she is grilled by the Joint Appropriations Committee. Oh man, Joanna, I feel for you. The joint. That's where you go to, plead your case for money. We got a budget session coming up. Yes. And the legislative committee is there dressed in their red blazers to remind them not to hand out any money to anybody so they can operate in the black. And yeah, it is not the time to be the CEO of Wyoming Public Television. But Joanna she doesn't know failure. She doesn't know quit. She's the chief executive officer of Wyoming PBS. We're going to talk about the programming, and because I don't think Joanna will, I will remind listeners why this is not the public radio, public television you think of nationally when you're thinking about a left, liberal, woke agenda, the kind of thing that Trump says he was going to take the money away from them, and he did. This is different. But yes, what are you looking at? What are the funds? Let's get the nuts and bolts out of the way first. You're looking at a gap in funding for a big funding gap, $3 million, another $3.5 or so for maintenance improvement of a tower that has been around since Gorbachev. So with the federal money literally taken out of your bank account, rescission, what does it look like, survivability, and what do you need from the state? I know you hated to do it, and I hated it for you.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you. And thank you for having me again. I love having conversation with you. I would argue, I don't know, maybe I'm just too optimistic that it's a good time to be the CEO of Wyoming PBS, because I think someone needs to be, and it's not just me, it's my team, but someone needs to be here to continue to do the work that we do with emergency alerts on all 50 of our towers. It's 3 transmitters and a total of 50 towers. So, and that is something that we are required by FEMA to provide to the state of Wyoming. And thank goodness, Jake. I mean, that's people listening to the radio right now with you and watching television, the broadcast emergency alert that you see with that little annoying sound and then, of course, the important message following. That comes from our towers, and that's been a very proud responsibility of ours for many years, like you said, since the Cold War. So, we receive around $3.3 million from the state of Wyoming per biennium. And thank goodness we have for many years received that. And we've always been thankful for it. However, as I mentioned in my testimony in front of Jack, we have not asked for a request of this significance for a very long time, well over 2 decades, probably longer. That's as far back as we could find in our records. So the loss of over 30% of our revenue virtually overnight, that's not one that you can just simply say, oh, this is a 1.8% loss, this is a 2% loss. It's much bigger than that. And we're much more important to the state of Wyoming than I think people realize. As I've said before, we blamed this on a lack of paying attention to the people of America and the concerns that people had over bias. And not just that. I mean, why don't we start covering more of rural America, Jake, in PBS content? Why only produce content from 5 producing stations on the East Coast? How about you start reaching out to stations across the country who are making award-winning, beautiful content like us, and many other incredible stations. I think PBS is poised to be the network, or, the content distributor, as I like to say, to bring America together. They have a responsibility to do so because of who pays their bills through us. And so we're really excited about what we're putting out right now. We've got a lot of really great local documentaries that we're sharing, and we've done some screenings for. One that I'm particularly proud of is called The Far and Below, and it's history of 4 to 5 generations of trona miners, the forgotten mineral. It doesn't necessarily turn on the lights behind me or keep you warm at night, but it is in a lot of things that we use: glass, baking soda, used across the world. So anyway, that's a big, important story. We also had a preview clip. I don't know if you're able to share that or not, Jake, or if it's just, it might not be doable.
Of the trona miners?
I had shared with Mac, but it's okay if it didn't work out, because I know we're also radio as well, but that's okay. We had a preview that previewed A Life Outside, which is the story of Paul Petzold and Glenn Exum. And then we also did a documentary on 100 years of dude ranching, which the first dude ranch started right here in Wyoming, in Wolf, Wyoming, the Eaton Ranch. So we're highlighting them and several others. We focused on a few from Montana and Colorado and Arizona. And then we have a beautiful film called Home from the Vietnam War. And we took Lieutenant Lee Alley, one of the most decorated Vietnam veterans in the state, back to Vietnam. And so I would love to challenge, as you said earlier, I would love to challenge the folks who don't quite understand who Wyoming PBS is to go to our YouTube page and watch our content. I will tell you right now, I was just looking on our YouTube page. We uploaded a video on the 14th, 2 days ago, and it's called The Science and Strategy Behind Wyoming's Snow Fences. We uploaded that 2 days ago, and it's already at just under 600,000 views.
I saw that. I saw a little bit of that. I want to talk about the programming, because I do want to reinforce the fact that this Wyoming Public Television, they're doing, Wyoming PBS doing things that nobody's doing. And so when you went before Jack, when you went before the Joint Committee, I was just thinking all the questions they had, I'm like, I would just show them when they ask, why do you need $3 million? I just show them clips of whatever it is, the science behind snow fences, Wyoming trona miners, remembering Dick Cheney, the latest happenings on the Eastern Shoshone, Northern Arapaho tribes, coverage of their very own legislative session since 2017, for which that's a great expense. It's 1 million miles on the production van or whatever you're rocking. And it was something covered by the feds that no longer is. You're doing that at a loss right now, covering the legislative session. So that's what I would have shown the lawmakers. And I hope they understand what the programming is at Wyoming PBS. It's so cool. Governor Gordon, in his budget, did he back all your requests?
Yes, he backed it 100%. And I was just so thankful to Governor Gordon. I'm so thankful to both Governor Gordon, Randall Luthi, which is a senior policy advisor, former Speaker of the House at the legislature, very good friend of mine, longtime friend. They understand. So many people understand the importance. And Jenny Gordon is just so close to my heart. She understands the importance as well. And you know what, Jake, it's tough though. I understand where people come from when it comes to PBS, and that's where we're getting hit. That's where we're getting hit because what we do is Wyoming. We're about Wyoming. We are Wyoming. And it's a mission that my team here, oh man, they take it so seriously. And we work so hard. We're out all over the state doing what we're doing. But you know, it goes beyond stories too. Just the simple fact that we have this emergency broadcast system of 50 towers. You know, our guys have gone out, and I think I mentioned this during the Jack, but we have our engineers, four and a half full-time engineers working on 50 towers to keep them alive. They've gone out on Christmas Eve night in the snowcat to fix a downed tower.
Yeah.
Because if something were to happen in Wyoming to any of our people, we can't afford to have a broadcast off the air. So I think people are too focused on PBS and PBS's ineptitude to understand that you need to be listening to us this entire time. So I just really hope that people will go take a look and look at our content. I can't emphasize that enough. I'm just astonished. I'm watching the numbers go up on this video right now as we're talking. And it's the comments. We are inspiring people. We're bringing people to Wyoming. We're showing her beauty and her culture. And I can't emphasize that enough. So yeah. It's important.
I hope our state lawmakers look deeper, understand deeper than just the politics of what PBS has come to mean for many. And, you know, look under the hood, especially potential viewers and listeners, to see why Wyoming Public Television has won 3 Heartland Emmy Awards this year. We're talking to Joanna Kail, CEO of PBS. Many times when I interview for a subject I have on this show, I want to understand more about whoever. Just the other day, I was looking online. I'm like, who is this person? How do you pronounce their name? And what is their agenda? Like, what's their thing? I saw Steve Peck doing an interview with that person. I'm like, Wyoming Public Television, they already did it first. They did my homework for me. It's just so valuable, the programming on there, whether it's Made in the West, showcasing artisans in Wyoming, A Life Outside, as Joanna pitched, that the American Mountain Guides Call of the West, celebrating our ranching industry, ranching legacy, or Generation Warrior. You probably just read about that in the Cowboy State Daily. Follows the youth of the Wind River Reservation. So cool. Upcoming stuff I'm excited about. What I had 3 things that I wanted to mention on what's upcoming. Those were the upcoming. Made in the West, A Life Outside, Call of the West. They're going to be on soon. And this is on the regular, public broadcasting, regular TV. But TV is like yesterday. Today it's all streaming, and you keep up with today's the whole streaming thing as well, on demand.
We do. In fact, Jake, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm so proud of Wyoming Public Television, Wyoming PBS, for our digital space. I mean, that's one thing that we are very cognizant of, and we're trying to be very responsible with our public funding, because being in that space is where we need to go. And I was astonished on Black Friday when I was in Casper, and I was looking at, we were looking at a different TV, hundreds of televisions. I can't tell you how many I saw leaving Walmart, Sam's Club, Target, going into trucks, going into cars. Yeah. And every single one of them, I thought, Jake, that's changing the future of how people are watching media, because they're going to turn that on and the TV is going to walk them through how to continue. It's going to be on demand. Mm-hmm. The idea of tuning in at 7:00, well, some people still do that. And there are beloved broadcast linear viewers, but that's the future. This TV behind me, it's so intelligent. It goes beyond anything most people are used to. Yeah. So we're in that space. And we have one of the most successful YouTube channels in the entire country for a public television station. Us, little tiny Wyoming Public Television here in Wyoming. And so we're not associated with Wyoming Public Radio. They have a separate system that we're a different license, different station. But I'll tell you what, we're proud. And I hope people will give us a chance and call us if you have questions or even concerns or complaints. You want to know what's your deal? What's your mission? What's your future? Call us and reach out. We love talking to our audience members, Jake.
All right. One last thing, Joanna, I want you to talk about the programming that's on. Where do you get it? What is the relationship with different producers who produce these documentaries, like Burning Torch Productions? They did the Amelia Earhart Sky Queens. I think they're the ones doing the snow fences as well. How do you that local there's a lot of people who work behind the camera putting these together, and they're so good. They're so talented.
Well, we believe at Wyoming PBS that it's important to embrace our private industry partners because we need to work together to tell stories. And so the vast majority of what you're seeing when it comes to a long-form documentary is contracted. We contract with private producers, and Burning Torch is incredibly special to us because they're Rock Springs kids, UW graduates, amazingly talented, award-winning producers. I call them kids. They're incredibly talented adult producers. And so they have done amazing work. And so what we do is we go to them and we say, hey, we have these ideas, and we kind of throw it out there to our private producers. And we say, put together an idea, concept, a proposal. We give them a little funding for a little bit of R&D. And then they come back with this concept that is preserving our stories for the future. And so to me, that's very important. Our private industry partners are important. We also have one, Alpheus Media. We've worked with them for many years. And they're located in Austin, Texas. But I'll tell you what, I don't think it's going to be long before Matt and Beth come up and find some land up here because they have fallen in love with Wyoming. And you can tell that passion and love is in those stories. Watch them. If you just sit down and watch them, I think you'll start to understand why we are so essential. But of course, I'm biased.
And that's why you're on today. So hopefully our listeners understand a little more, a little deeper, a little more truthfully what it means when Wyoming PBS comes before the budget keepers, the Jack, and Joanna says, I hate doing this, but I've got to ask you for money. The federal money is gone. The quote from you is so Wyoming. You said, I believe the Wyoming way is to speak plainly when the truth is difficult. And that gave you the confidence to say, we need money. And this is why. And this is for what? I like it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jake. And honestly, we did the numbers here at the station before I went to Jack, and our budget out of the full $12 billion budget is 0.08%. And so I think the state of Wyoming doesn't quite realize the bang for their buck that they're getting out of Wyoming Public Television and what we provide in terms of not just our storytelling, which is one of the most fun parts, but one of the most essential parts, which is our emergency alerts. I mean, if you think about it, that is an incredibly fiscally conservative amount of funding for what we provide. And that's even given what our increase with our increase. And remember that $3.6 million is to upgrade 20 years of tower systems that have been outdated, and we need to replace them. But the ongoing $3 million that we lost from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, that's really, that's a bigger commitment. But it just seems like so much more because we're asking to upgrade our tower system, but we haven't asked for a long time, and I'm proud of that. But we're just in a situation right now where we just have no choice.
Yeah. Well, for those ill-informed or under-informed who believe every time they see the letters PBS in succession, it's liberal woke programming, you find me somebody else that is making a Trona miner the hero of their story in a documentary. That's Wyoming, man. There's nobody else doing that. Joanna Kail, CEO of PBS. I hope you get all the money for Christmas. Get on the website and go give them money. You can do it. It's not just state lawmakers. Be a private donor. Where are you on the interwebs?
WyomingPBS.org. Go there and you can support us all you would like. We'd love to see you there.
I like it. Thank you, Joanna. Have a great holiday season.
Thank you, Jake. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to get right to Don Day. We're going to move from Wyoming PBS to Wyoming weather, which is also crucial. A lot of wind today. And Don Day has to answer for that. Don Day, this is a classic across the Cowboy State. Classic 50-50 day. Chances are if you're 50 degrees today in wherever, fill in the blank, Wyoming, you're probably going to get 50 mile an hour wind gusts. A 50-50 day in Wyoming. Wind, but warm.
Depends on where you are.
Oh, that again?
Yeah, this is too big of a state.
Yeah.
So we can never give you one data point and say that's going to be for everybody, except maybe today is the wind, even though the wind speeds right now across the state aren't bad. They really aren't.
Yeah.
The Pacific cold front is moving extremely quickly through Idaho right now. In fact, I just took a look at the Grand Targhee webcam, heavy snow coming down on the west side of the divide right now. Once the front crosses the divide into the plains by later this morning, and especially by afternoon, not only will winds gust to 50, but we could see 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts in some areas today. It's going to not just be a nice day because of the wind behind the front. It's going to be a good 20, 25 degrees colder tomorrow. So there'll be a real chill in the wind tonight and tomorrow morning as that front is going to introduce a little bit of a colder air mass.
Where did that come from?
Well, it's coming from the Gulf of Alaska, the Pacific Northwest. It's not Canadian air. But it's certainly colder air than what we've been experiencing, and this will drop snow levels. The western valleys right now are in Pacific air, getting a rain-snow mix from Star Valley to Jackson. But once the afternoon comes, that colder air settles in, those snow levels will go down, and we have winter storm warnings for all of Wyoming's western mountains, from Yellowstone to the Wind Rivers to the Wyoming Range. We have winter weather advisories for the Snowy Range and the Sierra Madres. Do expect between now and Monday, Jake, feet of snow in Wyoming's western mountains. It's going to be a lot over time, and it's going to be wind driven. That's where you get a lot of drifting. That's where you get very unstable snow. So by this weekend and early next week, we could be talking about avalanche danger, believe it or not.
Yeah, I know. Going from 0 to 100. Yeah, we'll talk about what that means, especially snow that's loaded that fast and wind driven can be dangerous snow, unstable snow. We'll talk about that. But also travel plans. I mean, we are getting to Christmas. I have an appointment to put on the snow tires finally on Thursday, but I'm wondering maybe not because
No. Where you live, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'm also taking a trip for Christmas to Minnesota and back, and I'm looking at the weather through from like even a few days after Christmas. I don't see snow or cold really anywhere.
Jake.
Huh?
How good is the 7-day forecast? Come on.
All right.
So keep those snow tires on. I'll tell you this. There's a large part of the country through Christmas week that really isn't going to have much weather. This is really true. And Minnesota might even be part of that. This is the problem is we see the potential for a California storm to spit out little storms late next week and the weekend after Christmas that could transit the country. So you have my permission to go out 3 days on your forecast.
Got it.
After that, you just got to ignore it.
I will put on the snow tires Thursday. Meanwhile, Torrington, White Christmas, I don't know, man. Could be brown.
Get this. So on Christmas Day, and we'll talk about more about this later, but there actually will be parts of Wyoming that might get snowed on Christmas.
Oh, all right.
On the western side of the state. But the chances of it snowing, get this, on Christmas Day in Nevada are much higher than Denver.
Oh, wow.
So go figure.
So weird. Yeah. But I like the idea of putting the snow in the mountains, leaving the valley, and don't have to pick up the shovel every day down here in the valley floor. That's
I think you're going to end up shoveling before this week's over.
Don,
Sorry.
Try to work with me. I don't.
I'm here to ruin everybody's day.
But you barely.
That's my job.
You barely said win, so I'll give that to you. All right. Thanks, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. There you go. Yeah, windy across the state, although not bad windy yet. Pouring rain in Jackson, but that's snow on Targhee, so good news for that resort. Day weather forecast wrapped up for you. Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a break. I'm coming right back with much more. Don't go anywhere.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
I'm late getting back from our breaks every time because I'm trying to figure out how far open the window should be. I had the door wide open for the cat and the rain started coming in the studio. It's like the floor's all wet. I don't know when the cat went outside and it's pouring rain. But he's tough. Andrew Rossi will be with us this hour. We'll talk about some of his stories. I wanted to get to the beer guy who is going to be on tomorrow. Jackson Sweep. He doesn't even drink beer, which makes him the perfect candidate for organizing the beer snake, right? I mean, if you go to the lead beer drinker and say, organize me a beer snake, chances are it's going to become a mess. You need a guy with a hard hat on. You need a take charge kind of guy like Jackson Sweep. Here's what happened. Josh Allen was in Laramie, of course, back November 22nd. at the war for that game against Nevada, a game that we will not talk about. Oh, man. How can the Cowboys lay such a dud like that on a day when Josh Allen visits? Shouldn't that be inspirational? You got the MVP. You got number 17 coming to watch his jersey retired. Josh Allen walks out on the field that he once played at for 2.5 seasons. That should be inspirational to go out there and whoop up on the Wolfpack. And the Pokes look lifeless. Anyway, game aside, what a moment for Cowboy football. Josh Allen comes home to Wyoming, and he appears on the field at halftime. And then during the festivities, Josh Allen notices Jackson Sweet in the crowd. He's right front row of the student section. He's got a hard hat on, Wyoming Cowboy hard hat. He's all swagged out in Pokes gear, and he's rocking Josh Allen's Wyoming 17 jersey. I mean, if you're Josh Allen and you want to interact with the crowd, this is the guy you interact with. He's the perfect representative of your people. Jackson Sweep is the guy you want to walk up to. And Josh Allen walked up to him and said, I need you to make the biggest beer snake possible. I hope he didn't use naughty word. This is ESPN sharing this little bit of the video where I think you can overhear Josh actually ask this of Jackson Sweep.
You, come here.
You, come here.
I need the biggest beer snake possible, all right? I got you. I need the biggest beer snake possible. I need the beer snake.
And Jackson Sweep says, I got you. And look at this thing. Oh my goodness. It goes like all the way up. Watch again. I'm going to watch this again. You hear Josh say a naughty word, but ESPN has duped it out, has bleeped it out.
You, come here.
You.
I need the biggest beer snake possible, all right? I got you. I need the biggest beer snake possible. I need the beer snake. I need the beer snake.
I need the beer snake. Oh, man. Now, a beer snake is your empty beer cups. So presumably they once held the golden beverage, and now they don't because it's in everybody's stomach. I did not know. Don't feel bad if you didn't know. I did not know. I saw the headline, like all of us. The headline was, when Josh Allen asked a super fan to build a beer snake, a legend was born. And my question was, what's a beer snake? Had no idea. I couldn't even pretend to presume what it might be. Maybe I need to spend more time watching Cowboy football down there in Laramie. I don't get down there enough. And I have not been in the student section where they've been known to tip a few back. So a beer snake is the empty beer cups, all, stacked one inside another. And the plastic cups, which Toby Keith made famous in his song Red Solo Cup. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Return to party. Imagine how many cups it takes to stack even a foot, let's say. That's a lot of beer. But we're talking about Wyoming Cowboy fans. And especially this season where you need to forget about how the team is performing on the field. I'll have another beer, please. Oh, that Nevada game, they might have set a record in beer sales for that game. Josh Allen knew all about the beer snake. And Josh Allen said, looking right at Jackson Sweep, who has been a big Josh Allen fan since he was 9 years old, I think he said in the story. What did I do with that story? Now I've lost it. Jackson Sweep is the guy in the hard. He doesn't even drink beer, which is why he was able probably to organize this beer snake. And he rallied the student section. He said, hey, number 17 needs a beer snake. We got to get on it. The slithering tower of cups caught the attention of ESPN. They couldn't help but notice, like, look at this. Jackson Sweep was just 9 or 10 years old when he remembers shivering in 6-degree temperatures back in 2016. Mountain West Championship game against San Diego State. And Jackson said, I kind of fell in love with Josh right there. Yeah, so all of us did. So he's been a Josh Allen fan. He's rocking the team, and he's the perfect guy for Josh Allen to turn to. And you see in the photo, it's a great photo. University of Wyoming football shares the photo that I'm sharing with you on the YouTube, X, Facebook, or the website, cowboystatedaily.com. If you're listening to us in Radio Land, it's a touching photo of Josh face-to-face with Jackson Sweep saying, Josh says, I need a beer snake. And Jackson says, I got you. And then you can see the beer snake slither its way up the stands. And I don't know how officially long it is, but it is long. And I don't know how many cups it's made of, but it is a lot. Holy cow. Jackson's going to be on this show tomorrow. We're going to talk to Jackson Sweep, who is now the new president of the Josh Allen fan club. Beer snakes are this generation's version of the wave. Remember when we used to all do the wave at the stadium? I guess now it's the beer snake. To build one, it takes scores of empty beer cups. Scores meaning like hundreds. And Josh, when he asked Jackson responded and said, I got you. And it was noteworthy for ESPN. They saw it. And it was noteworthy. The Kelsey brothers, have you ever seen their show? They got a podcast. I know the only podcast you watch is this one. I get it. There's some guy named Joe Rogan. Never heard of him. People might watch his, but most of you are tuning into this podcast, and good for you. But if you happen upon the Kelsey Brothers podcast, Travis Kelsey and his brother, the other guy, the guy not with Taylor Swift, the former center for the Eagles, they took note of it and thought it was pretty cool. All of us think it's pretty cool. Yeah, Josh Allen can throw a pigskin a quarter mile, and maybe that's how long that beer snake was. Yeah, I can't wait to talk to Jackson Sweep, ask him what it's like to be called out by a legend like number 17 and asked a favor, and how fast Jackson Sweep said, yes, sir, I got you. Big, long beer snake in Laramie. I missed that during the game. That was probably the highlight of the game. Certainly the actual football product was not. Let's take a break, see if Andrew Rossi gets here. Wednesday with Andrew is kind of hit and miss. We'll see.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
One of my favorite things to look at on the interwebs, besides cat videos, I mean, that's the only reason I'm even on Facebook, is for the cat videos. If I see anything politics or political, I just scroll, swipe left, or swipe right. Which way do you swipe if you're in agreement? Swipe left means hard no, right? Yeah, swipe left is bad. If you're on the dating apps, swipe right means interesting. I like his pecs. I like her hair. Gonna swipe right. Swipe left is hard pass. That's the Veronica. That's when you get the hand. Yeah, I'm swipe left on anything to do with politics, but I'm swipe right on cat videos. I love to see cats do stupid things, funny things. But I also like brilliant maps. It's one of my favorite places to go in the interwebs. It's maps, state-by-state comparisons on all different topics. For instance, Brilliant Maps did a map the other day that categorizes the number of billionaires per million people per state. So not just total billionaires per state, but billionaires per million people per state. So how many, it accounts for per capita kind of thing. So big states with not many people can play in this game. And I don't know if I'm surprised or not. I guess I'm not surprised to see that no state, I'm looking at this map, no state even approached Wyoming in the number of billionaires per million people per state. The numbers were typically 1 to 4 range, let's say. There is 1.5 billionaires per million people in Nebraska. 1.5, that number. There's 1.08 billionaires in South Dakota per million people. No, California, you would think California would have a lot of billionaires. It does. Almost 5, the number, 5 billionaires per million people in California. Texas 2.2, New York 6.6, but nobody approached what Wyoming did, and it's probably because of the friendly tax situation. Wyoming, 10.21 billionaires per million people in Wyoming. It was by far, if not double, any other state when I'm looking at the map. So we got our share of billionaires, and this guy might be one of them. Andrew Rossi's with us.
So that means we have 7 billionaires.
Well, you're good at math. We have 500,000 people. So, no, we have 10 billionaires per million people. Oh, yeah, we have like at least 5.
Yeah, at least 5. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves with math. Math is the most consistent thing I get wrong with my stories.
Dude, math is why I'm not a billionaire. I can't even count that much money. I would be terrible at it.
That's my excuse, too.
Right. If only I was better at math, I would have more money. Something like that. How'd the Nutcracker go?
Nutcracker went fantastic. We had 2 great performances and 1 performance for the school kids, too, that went pretty well. There was confetti and lots of ballerinas on point shoes. It was a good time.
Oh, that's nice. I saw some ballet. I saw a dancer's workshop put on a reimagined Cinderella story called If the Shoe Fits. And it was all dancing and all music. Fantastic dancing, on point. I don't know how you dance on your toes, man. These amazing. And it was a cool story, Andrew, with a neat twist that Cinderella once. Cinderella's the one with the lost shoe, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Once they matched the shoe with the prince throughout the performance is really arrogant, and he's looking at himself in the mirror, and he's not the kind of guy you want to be with. And Cinderella, in the end, instead of, when they've matched the shoe to her and she's invited to the ball and they say, come marry the prince, she's like, nope, no thanks, and leaves. I thought that was a great ending, empowering women. Like, I know you got my shoe and I know I should be really encouraged by this. Nah, you're not the right guy for me.
Well, I'm curious, what were your circumstances before all of that? Because she was basically an indentured servant in every story I saw. And I don't think I wouldn't want to marry a jerk, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to subject myself to indentured servitude still.
Well, I think that's a powerful message, Andrew, that no matter your home circumstances, which is a wicked mom and 2 sisters that get all the everything, and you got to swab the deck or whatever you got to do, she was willing to say no thanks to royalty. Didn't want to be a lord. Yeah.
Well, we said no thanks to royalty back in 1776. If you haven't watched the Ken Burns documentary on the American Revolution, highly recommend.
True enough. Okay, so I'm going to talk later today to April Mead, who got the photo and the video of Yellowstone behind the scenes, stuff you don't see every day. What happens when a big old bison dies somewhere that you need to get it out of there? You got to bring in the heavy machinery.
You do. And the interesting thing about that story, Jake, is that I've asked the park multiple times, like the official park press office in Yellowstone, to talk about that exact subject, and they've declined because it's controversial in so many ways. So it's really cool to see April posting these photos and videos of carcass removal and then being willing to talk about what that process is like and the pros and the cons of doing that whole thing. But the thing that most people seem to misunderstand is that the carcasses aren't being towed away and dumped somewhere. They're being towed away and taken to a spot where there are going to be few, if any, humans, and then the animals can enjoy and the landscape can benefit from the resources that the carcass provides. But it's not in a spot that's threatening tourists and threatening the animals themselves. These are decisions that you have to make because Yellowstone isn't pristine in the sense that, as April very well put it, the only way that we can make Yellowstone pristine is to not have humans there at all. Yeah. But since that's not happening, we have to step in certain circumstances in order to keep everything safe. And carcass removal, when carcasses are in a bad spot in terms of tourist traffic, that's just something the park officials have to do.
Yeah, the ecosystem in Yellowstone is kept about as natural as you can without human interference. Yeah, there are humans. And I'm surprised the park didn't want to acknowledge the fact that occasionally they're going to have to move a carcass. It might be right in a high-trafficked area, and you got to move it somewhere. Now you can just show them April Mead's video and say, ha, what about this?
Well, it's not the most glamorous thing to look at.
True.
I mean, one of those videos, they literally just have a chain or a wire rope tied around the bison's neck, and they winch it out of the field. And the other one, they're using a front loader to get it out. It's not exactly what you want to think of when you're thinking of Yellowstone, but it's stuff they have to do. And as April put it up, it's not just about humans and their proximity to the carcass. It's the fact that animals can get injured too. They're going to be crossing the road a bunch to get to it, so they might get hit by cars. And well, we know how intelligent people can be in Yellowstone, so it's just best not to invite any opportunities for conflict.
Let's speaking of how to become a millionaire or a billionaire or a successful career, I would have never thought of doing something like this, but this Colorado ranch, the Jensen Reindeer Ranch, this time of year, they are hopping. They're busy. They earn some 6 figures renting out their reindeer. That's a good idea.
Yeah, the odd thing about that one, Jake, is since I wrote that story, my Facebook feed has been filled with so many reindeer ranches. I know of so many now because the algorithm's like, oh, you're interested in reindeer ranches. Like, no, I'm interested in this one because this is the one I'm covering for my story. But now I've got reindeer ranches from everywhere. But yeah, I spoke with Chris Jensen about it, and he told me that you can make a tidy sum of money renting out reindeer for the holiday season. And we know seasonal businesses in Wyoming, but this is truly as seasonal as it gets, because outside of the time between Thanksgiving and Christmas, not a lot of people want reindeer for anything. But then for that 1 month period, they want reindeer for everything. So it's really, they're limited by how many reindeer they have and how many bookings that they're willing to take. I'm sure if they had more manpower and more reindeer, they could do more bookings and earn even more money during the holidays. But that doesn't really seem in their cards, at least for the moment. They're just happy to work with what they have. But it is a really surprisingly lucrative business when all's said and done.
Yeah. An interesting niche business where you're right. Like 1 month of the year is when you're in operation. Other than that, you're just feeding your assets and working at a deficit. But that one time of the year makes it worth it for your reindeer ranches. And there's more than one, as Andrew has found out. They're popping up on his feed everywhere. A question I asked of many of our guests yesterday was, are you a 1 foot or a 2 foot driver? Do you use the same foot for the gas and the brake? You're right.
I'm a 1 foot guy, and that's because I did learn stick, but I learned stick on a car with a bad stick shift. So I never really got into the habit of using multiple feet to do things. So I understand the concept of the clutch, but I don't have to use it constantly. So yeah, and plus I have big feet, so I just prefer to not complicate things. One is enough.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the excuse here, big feet. But I'm a 2-footed driver, clutch aside, which is hard to find anymore today. I left foot brake, and so I don't think this would ever happen to me. Maybe, but missing the wrong pedal, it happens a lot, according to news stories, and it happened. Jerry Zhang has to deal with somebody making his Japanese steakhouse a drive-through.
Well, the key, Jake, to remember with that story is that how could it happen? How could anyone, miss the gas for the brake? It was a young driver. The driver was young, but they didn't even release their name. So we're talking about somebody who wasn't necessarily, you get instinctual, you get habitual things when you're driving for a long time. You just know these things. And even then you can make mistakes. So let alone when you're young and impulsive and just might not be as familiar with vehicles as you might think. I don't think it was necessarily the car's fault because it was a Chevy Impala. Those are pretty safe as far as I know. But yeah, it caused a lot of damage to Jerry Zhang's front window at Ichiban Steakhouse in Riverton.
And a shout out to Chevy. I think you make lemonade out of lemons here. That Impala looks relatively unscathed. Like There's hardly a scratch on it. And it destroyed a restaurant, or it went through the front end of it. And then I was surprised to learn that window. That's not your average window that got busted.
No, he had that window custom made in Hong Kong. So when I spoke to him about, do you have an idea of how much it's going to cost to repair this? He was saying right off the bat, I know I'm out $10,000 because that's how much it costs to get the old window made and then shipped from Hong Kong to Riverton so it could be installed. So that's the minimum of what he's anticipating paying. And the unfortunate thing is he ordered that about a year and a half ago. With all the tariff situation and everything that's going on, who knows how much costlier it's going to be to get that done. But that's the long-term thing. He anticipates that the door that was destroyed, that's going to be fixed within 1 to 2 months. So people will be able to use the front entrance, and they're able to use the side entrance in the meantime. So the steakhouse is still open for business. He doesn't want Riverton to go without during the holiday season, and he doesn't want to put his employees out while they wait for repairs. It's cleaned up, it's open, and they're ready for people to come in and enjoy what they have to offer.
Shout out to the indestructible Chevy Impala, to the youthful driver. Hey, it happens. We've all done it once. And good to know that the Ichiban Japanese Steakhouse in Riverton is open for biz, despite having a car in the front of it. And I love your comment, Andrew. It's not a drive-through there. Really. There isn't. Thanks, buddy.
Have a good one.
You too. News time now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The National Finals Rodeo saw tighter competition this year with a trial run of a new quarter-point scoring system. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that a computer system upgrade means judges can score by full or half points, which opens the door for averages with quarter points.
The new ground rule change at the NFR is making the rides more competitive for Team Wyoming. This is because instead of going to whole points, they're going to a quarter point system.
Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association CEO Tom Glaus tells Cowboy State Daily that this new software is more accurate and reflects the competitor's ride more accurately as well. A Sheridan man has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for bludgeoning his mother and hiding her body under gasoline-soaked blankets. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 24-year-old Israel Melvin changed his plea after mental evaluations and now faces 22 to 40 years in prison.
It's a gamble. If you go to trial and the jury convicts you on second-degree murder, the judge has anywhere from 20 years to life that she can sentence you. You take a plea agreement. In this case, it's a 22 to 40 year agreed sentence if the judge accepts the plea agreement. So in this case, what the gamble is presupposing is 22 to 40 is probably less than the judge would give if we lost at trial. That's always the gamble. And so that sentencing hearing, Judge Phillips can reject the plea agreement, but if she does that, he gets a chance to withdraw his guilty plea.
On December 10th of this year, Melvin changed course and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder after accepting a plea agreement, so say court documents. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Colorado's Front Range faces potential wildfire-related power shutoffs Wednesday amid high winds and dry conditions, but Wyoming utilities say they don't expect outages. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that officials are closely monitoring the weather in case it gets worse.
Xcel Energy out of Colorado is seeing some disturbing trends in the weather for Wednesday with high winds and fast winds and the dry weather. It's been unseasonably warm in the Denver area and all along the Front Range north of Denver.
Communities across Colorado's Front Range could see a public safety power shutoff, or PSPS, on Wednesday as Xcel Energy, Colorado's largest utility provider, announced its plans to cut power to areas where high winds and dry conditions are heightening the wildfire risk. A Texas hunter used his pistol to shoot off a part of a buck's antler to free it after it became entangled with a dead deer and was near death from exhaustion. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports one man took it upon himself to save that deer that was clinging to life.
We frequently see these situations where we get two male animals, in this case, buck, white-tailed deer, where they get their antlers just hopelessly entangled and they can't get apart from each other. And this guy, he found a couple deer on this ranch that he was surveying. One was already dead and the other one was near death. He did have his 9mm pistol with him. So put two and two together, he ended up freeing the deer by shooting half of one of its antlers off. He hit it in just the right point where it blew off about half the antler, and that was enough to de-entangle it from the dead deer, and it got up and stumbled around, and they came back 2 hours later and it was gone.
Outdoorsman Barrett LaCourie tells Cowboy State Daily that when he and his friend found the helpless deer in Texas Panhandle country, there wasn't enough time to hike all the way back home to retrieve a hacksaw. So he turned to plan B, blasting off one of the dead buck's antlers with the Springfield Hellcat 9mm pistol he always carries with him in the field. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday, and we welcome in Claire McFarland. Let's head to the Zoom room. I think Claire's there. Yeah. Thought I heard the doorbell. Somebody get the door. Claire's here. It seems like Wednesday was just a week ago. Here you are again.
Yeah, it's weird how that happened.
I know. All right, let's start with the Scrooge stories first. Did Sheridan's Israel Melvin, 24-year-old, pleads guilty to bludgeoning his mother to death, hiding her under some gasoline-soaked blankets, presumably to start the old funeral pyre? I don't know. Israel was seeking the mental angle. Did that not pan out? He was studied a little bit. Now he's changed, altered the plea?
So he had mental health proceedings before and issues before in past cases. This is a recurring issue. So, I mean, it makes sense for that to come up again. So the way it works in criminal cases is usually early in the case, you're like, whoa, I'm not mentally well enough to give a plea. And you invoke a 303 evaluation. So they check you out and see if you're mentally well enough right now to give a plea. So that took time. And then eventually, I believe the circuit court judge was like, yeah, he's mentally well enough to be prosecuted, do this, this, and this. And he gets sent to the district court judge and he gives a plea. So we got through. That took not quite a year for all of that. That took several months. And then he gives his plea and it's not guilty by reason of mental illness, which triggers what they call a 304 evaluation. Different kind of evaluation to see whether at the time of the crime, the alleged crime, you were too mentally ill to rationalize your conduct or conform it to the law. And so now we're looking back in time. Whole other evaluation takes months and months. And there was a haggling over like whether we have the right evaluator. And there were all these court documents like, is this the right person? This thing happened. I don't remember exactly, even though I reported on it at the time. One of the rare occasions that Brandon Booth talked to me, state public defender historically in Wyoming has been kind of hush. And that trend continues. And they have their reasons. And sometimes you could break them out like after an acquittal. They'll be like, okay, I'll say one thing. And, you defenders, any defense attorneys out there that are listening, if I've come out big and splashy on a case of yours and somehow dropped the ball or didn't follow it up for whatever reason, and you get an acquittal, call me, email me. I'm interested in learning about and possibly reporting on your acquittals.
Yeah, and I can understand public defenders like Brandon Booth that are, in a case like this, they're up against a stockpile of evidence. You got a long rap sheet with Israel. You've got 303 or 304. The guy is crazy enough to beat his mom to death with a fire poker. I mean, yeah,
allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean, he court documents say he pleaded guilty. I don't believe that's been made into a conviction yet.
Yeah.
It's usually one of those things we wait and see if the judge accepts the plea agreement. Anyway, so in pleading guilty, he withdrew the not guilty by reason of mental illness. Even though he can't see the evaluation reports, what that signals to us is those evaluation reports may not have played out well for him at an NGMI trial.
Yes, he saw the writing on the wall kind of thing, switched up the plea. Looking at 22 to 40. Interesting. Claire, I love hearing clarification of your stories. Now, I could read the whole thing. This one is presumably a 5-minute read. Supreme Court tells judge to pick a side in the welders' 6-year fight in Laramie. Rather than take the 5 minutes, I listened to your 30-second synopsis. It was so good. You're like, on one hand, the building's up, and we did all the things we would have to do to conform to the building code. And on the other hand, you did it all without asking, so do you tear down some? It was just great. Do it again for us now.
In this case, and Justice Hill's opinion speaks to this, there's bad blood. There's bad blood. And so it's like sometimes folk just clash and it's not going to work out. And, the building, whatever contractor they got to look at it was like, yeah, it's fine. It is fine. It is up. On the other hand, the city has these remedies like it could seek massive $1 million-ish fines. And it argued in court at one point, I think, for the building to be torn down, at least in part or fully, so they could have a look at it. And the judge, I feel for this judge that had the remand, because she's like, can you guys just figure it out? Like, on the one hand, I don't want to impose $1 million of fines and demolition of the building. On the other hand, would like to see this permitted. And so, the judge was like, get along. And the Supreme Court said, hey, that's not what they ask of you. One side asks you to lift the injunction on the building, and the other side asks you to, do whatever so they can get what they want out of the building. And so you need to just listen to the arguments. It's hard. I'd have a hard time as a judge.
No, I feel that too, Claire. You're right. I feel that too. The judge is like, okay, I can be all judgy and look at the evidence and make, read all these documents and do court law. Or I can just look at what I know to be true, be the arbitrator here. Because what you need is a third party, a fresh set of eyes. You got two parties that are lockjaw at each other. And you're like, hey, come on. Here's my salute. Yeah, that's a tough place to be in.
I don't know if she's a mother. I don't know that, but this is one area where, like, even though I have to some degree like the judicial deference and temperament and can not get super passionate about the things I'm covering, on the other hand, like, if I have any of my if I'm reminded of my kids, you know, like I'm gonna want to be a mom and be like, guys, can you just?
Yeah, if I'm the sketch artist for this newspaper article, it's a mom with grabbing the ears of the two kids saying, "Come on, we're gonna figure this out." Yeah, I get that. I was wondering this just the other day, Claire, and then here's your story. I forget why. Oh, I know why. The story about the acknowledgement or non-acknowledgement of UFOs at the federal level. And it got me thinking about the drones over New Jersey and that fun cop out there and the drones over Sweetwater. Like
the fun cop. Are you talking about Scott Mikowski?
Yeah.
That we had, there was the accent in the,
Dude, I love that guy. So I was thinking, like, whatever happened to the drone? Did they go away? In New Jersey, Trump said, hey, it's the FAA. We know about it. There's nothing to worry about here. And that, of course, makes everybody more nervous. Yeah, nothing to see here. In Wyoming.
It's not the enemy.
Right. It's
Thanks,
not an
Trump.
enemy. In Wyoming, I wondered if they also went away. But as Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office says, well, they didn't go away. We just got tired of talking about it because it's like every day drones still.
What was interesting about that interview is Jason Maurer, the spokesman for Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office, used the terms drone and unidentified flying object interchangeably. And at one point I was like, okay, so which is it? And he was like, look, they fly like drones. They kind of look like drones, but we don't know what the heck. We don't know what the heck. And we've tried. And we've tried for answers. And we've exhausted every avenue to try to get answers, and we don't have answers. And so it's one of those areas. The internet's not very forgiving, where they're like, wow, a UAP and a drone ain't the same thing. I'm like, well, he's using them interchangeably here, so we're going to throw both terms in the headline.
Yeah. Whatever they are, we understand they're acting sort of like drones, although they're flying in like a uniform formation, and they're too high to shoot down. That was my suggestion. Shoot one down. Let's deconstruct it. And see where, if it says made in China on the outside or something, like we need evidence.
And this is an area where Tim Salazar, the Senate Appropriations Committee chairman, it's a lofty post. On Friday, he was asking the leader of the National Guard, like, hey, what about UAPs in your airspace? Which, you know, I think he later clarified to mean Wyoming. But I need to quit reading the comments, because I feel like the comments are like not real.
Yeah.
Like it's like this cathartic, whatever. But people in the comments are like, yeah, the tinfoil hat, whatever. He's crazy. And I'm just like, we've had congressional hearings on this. We've had presidential pressers on UAPs, UFOs, whatever you want to call them, however politically correct you are.
Yeah.
And like, okay, you can disbelieve or you can believe, but I don't think any of us are above having the conversation at this point. Like we have to, human beings we talk a lot of smack for a species that can't function without caffeine.
We talk a lot of smack when we're hiding behind our avatars. This is not alt news. This is mainstream news. This is really happening. Whatever is behind it. Yeah. Don't read the comments, Claire. You go crazy.
I want to talk about.
Well, can I do one more, and then I'll do mine. You do yours, and maybe it's the same. Because I am wondering about the caseload of Ryan Semerad. Like, what case is he not behind? So now we learn the latest saga in the Weston County clerk, Becky Hadlock, is she's lawyered up. I'd like to know who sought out who. But she's saying that subpoena she blew off wasn't legit to begin with, or her lawyer is saying that. What's going on?
So much going on. It's so fun for a law nerd to be, you know, whoa, Ryan Semerad, in our papers, our pages, probably the most high profile Wyoming attorney right now.
Oh yeah.
You know, we have of the past, we have certainly a lot of heavy hitters, certainly. Ryan Semerad famously brokered the settlement between the city of Sheridan and the woman whose house it destroyed, despite case law indicating that the city actually had a leg up. And then he's the corner crossing champion this year. And now this very high profile politicized case, only misdemeanor, but just the charge of it, it reminds us of a Trump case because of how politically charged every facet is in what's otherwise usually a neutral avenue of court. So his 50-page motion filed Monday in the case of Becky Hadlock, the Weston County clerk, who had irregularities, to say the least, in her general election ballots, for not showing for a legislative subpoena. That's the charge. It's misdemeanor, 6 months in jail maximum. He's basically saying the biggest part of his argument is premised on this assertion, like the legislature isn't trying to just fact find here and make good laws. They're trying to bust open an alleged crime, right? Some election fraud flavored or election violation flavored thing. So he's saying that is that branch of government trying to skirt around her right against self-incrimination. And he's saying no branch of government gets to skirt your right against self-incrimination. Because if the legislature could just dodge that, then imagine the evils that could unfold. And that's an interesting, when you're making kind of a libertarian-esque or an individual rights-esque argument, it is handy, and Semerad did, to flip the script, right? He's saying, what if our legislature could do this to Trump? What if a later Democrat-run Wyoming legislature could do this to Trump and he had no rights, they had no recourse? And that's the biggest gun that an individual rights apologist has, is to flip the script and ask, what if the other side did this?
Yeah. If the power to subpoena was used, like it was in this case, according to Ryan Semerad, we'd all have been subpoenaed at this point in time. Like, it's inappropriate use of this tool, subpoena. Ryan Semerad, that guy is always in the news, and you must have the T-shirt, Claire.
What T-shirt? That says allegedly? No, I have a T-shirt that says allegedly that Wendy Core bought me a couple Christmases ago.
Oh my, that's so perfect.
I don't have a T-shirt of Ryan Semerad or any other attorney, but I do end up covering him a lot.
Ryan, if you come up with any swag, Claire and I will buy it. That'll go along with.
I don't.
Oh, that's right. You got to stay.
Any sources
or
persons ever, except Scott Minkowski. He's lovely.
All right. That guy, I love that guy. Semerad T-shirt will go right with my my doormat that says "Come back with a warrant" instead of "Welcome."
That would be a nice pairing, actually.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Claire, it's been a joy.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're on a Wednesday. I got who's up next? Let's see. Joe Candelas. I can't wait. Joe Candelas up next. We're going to talk about bears, y'all, after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some tired, stale morning show. Hey, it's Jack and Jill on Z108. Coming up, we'll talk about nothing and laugh at our own jokes. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily
Battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we are the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
And we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily. Boy, sad news. I heard about this last week and I forgot to mention it on the air. It's impactful, important to us in Jackson Hole. I don't know about the rest of the state, but sad to hear of the passing of Harold Turner. Triangle X Ranch, if you've ever heard of or been to that historic ranch in Jackson Hole. Triangle X been around a long time. Harold's been around a long time. I know the Turner family, John and the whole bunch. Harold's my favorite. He's such a fun guy, really good speaker. I've seen him just command a room. And the patriarch, the guy behind Triangle X Ranch, Harold Mapes Turner, passed away December 8th at the age of 87. Good, long life, well-lived life. And I love the Turners. I love Triangle X. And the world's a little less bright today without Harold Turner around. What a great guy. I was doing the maps that I like to look at that show that Wyoming has an unusual high amount of billionaires per million people compared to other states. The most. For instance, Idaho, 0.5, half a billionaire for every million people they have. For most states, those numbers were 0 point something or 1 point something. Mississippi was predictably 0. There's not a millionaire living in Mississippi. Not surprised. Other states that you think would be kind of high, like aren't billionaires hanging out in New York? Yes, 6.64 billionaires per million people. Same for California, 4.92. But Texas, you think, oil billionaires, 2.27. But Wyoming, that number just jumps out at you, 10.21 by far. Double, triple every other state. 10.21 billionaires. There's 10 billionaires for every million people. Now, obviously, there's not a million people in Wyoming. There's 500,000. So that number 10 translates to, and Andrew and I were trying to compute the math. Our brains were overheating. You could see the smoke pouring out of my ears. If there's 10.21 billionaires per million people in Wyoming, then there's about 6, I guess, right? 6 or so. Somebody on this story has actually done the math. Yeah, Timothy did the math. He said roughly 6 billionaires in Wyoming. And that's about right. And all 6 of them probably live in Jackson Hole. But that map, I found that map was pretty astounding. Here's a Texas map that tries to give you an idea how big Texas is as a state. Anybody who's ever driven in it can tell you that is a massive state, the Lone Star State. And this map from Geographic Enigma, I love the maps things. Texas, the post says Texas is really a whole country disguised as a state. 268 square miles, 268,000 square miles. So massive, Rhode Island would fit into the state of Texas more than 200 times. I know poor Rhode Island, always used as an example of things that are small. Rhode Island, you could take 200 Rhode Islands and it still wouldn't fill the state of Texas. Gigantic. You could take 25 Hawaiis to make Texas. This map is titled, How Many Times Each State Can Fit Inside Texas. Even gigantic Wyoming. Texas would hold 3 Wyomings. Let me share the map with you if you happen to be watching as well. Montana's gigantic. 2 Montanas would fit in Wyoming. 5 New Yorks, 4 Floridas. Texas is huge. Even California is very, very, very big. Texas is twice as big in square miles. It would take 2 Californias to fill out Texas. That's big. Texas is huge. Joe, where is Joe? Joe Condelis is, I'm going to check my email, see if he's got a note from his doctor or a note from his parents. I don't see one. Joe is to be on to talk about bears. He runs a bear outfit. Joe is booked for Wednesday, 8:25. Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm not seeing him, and I was excited to talk to him because his daughter McKenna was a standout Cody filly in volleyball, basketball. Great athlete. And Joe himself, bear hunter, black bear hunter. Joe Condelis calls himself the chief volunteer at American Bear Association. Essentially, he is the whole outfit. An expert on black bears. But he has his thoughts on grizzly bears and the exploding population of grizzly bears. He was black bear hunting not long ago and encountered dozens of grizzly bears in like 20 days. I think he saw 35 grizzly bears in 20 days. Dang. We know there are more grizzly bears than ever just from the mortality count alone. The U.S. Geological Survey's interagency grizzly bear study team compiles a mortality report at the end of every year. Last year, record high 72 grizzly bears were killed in different fashions, killed by grizzly on grizzly violence, bears attacking each other, killed by automobiles, that's another big one, and killed by humans purposely and mistakenly. A lot of ways for a grizzly bear to meet its end. 72 last year, that was a record. This year, the mortality report for 2025, at this point, the year's not over yet, 71 grizzlies. So right there again at another record high. Why is that? Well, most people will tell you, most armchair grizzly experts will tell you anecdotally, there's just more grizzlies than ever, more grizzly bears everywhere. And what does that mean, for instance, to the black bear population? Grizzly bears and black bears don't get along. Black bear is not going to share the same habitat, the same territory with a grizz. Same for wolves and coyotes. Wolves and coyote aren't going to get along. But I was interested in that. The black bear species never gets enough credit. The survivability of black bears, they're kind of like the coyote. Black bears can survive almost anywhere. They just had a controversial black bear hunt in Florida. Florida has black bears, enough so that they hunt them now. Louisiana has black bear. Black bears survive in almost any kind of climate, state, territory. Like, they're really resilient. Black bears are super interesting. But, I don't know where Joe is at. We're going to have to just about give up on him, right? He's supposed to be here. Jared Petrino will be on also this hour. We're going to talk about Wyoming sports. Wrestling team looks pretty good. Got whipped by the number one team in the nation the other day, but not without some highlights. Basketball team with a big win. The men. The women, they got trounced by, I think, Minnesota. So we'll talk about that. But, we don't know Joe. Joe Condilas. Where are you at, man? We're talking bears. And we're doing it without you. I know a good way to get Joe on if he's listening. Just tell him how much the world loves USC football. We all love the Trojans. We love Michigan Wolverines. Michigan football. Joe is a huge Notre Dame fan. And if he is listening, he's probably popping a blood vessel right now. I don't know where Joe be. So we can head to other news, I guess. Renee Jean's story about how windy it is in Wyoming. It's a good point. It's windy today across the state. High wind warnings almost everywhere in the state today. And Renee Jean had a story that came out on December 13th. The picture worth 1,000 words, or the video in this case, either one. But that tells the whole story. All you need is the picture, the photo of the dude, Chugwater Soda Fountain, a guy out front of Chugwater Soda Fountain. He's trying to pour a cup of coffee outside. And anybody who's lived in Wyoming for a minute knows that's not possible usually. That's why we have indoor cafes, indoor coffee shops, because you're not going to want to pour a cup of coffee outside in Wyoming. Not ever. If you're in Chugwater, just off I-25, Chugwater, too windy to pour a cup of coffee. And that's on a mild day. You wouldn't even attempt it on a day like today. When semi-tractor this is windy enough to blow trucks over. Let me share the photo of this gentleman trying to pour a cup of coffee. I think there's also the video where you can see the futile attempt at trying to, here's the video of, here's what it's like to pour a cup. Wyoming Wind soundtrack. Oh, that was it? Well, we got to watch that again. Yeah. By not even, not a drop gets in the cup. It's too windy. Obviously, to pour coffee outside. I don't know why you would try. That video is right up there with the classic throwing a cup of hot water in the air on a super cold day and watch it turn into snow or ice immediately in the air. That happens when the air temperature hits a certain degree, and that happens on any given winter, except for maybe this one. Yeah, that video is right up there with you can't pour a cup of coffee, and then throwing a cup of coffee in the air about a month from now, and it'll come down as a block of coffee. It'll freeze instantly in the air or vaporize. Yeah, good Wyoming video where this is a state when we say high wind warning, we mean it. And it's not just high profile vehicles. It's not just semi-tractor trailers. That last Tuesday, 8 days ago, we had 28 incidents of trucks blown flat over, flipped over by the wind. That's serious wind. And this is a state that also had a train blown over. I mean, that is even more impressive. You think about how heavy a train is and the fact that it's like attached to the rails and attached to each other, like a train blew over in a Wyoming wind last year. So, yeah, if you think you got wind, you ain't got nothing like our wind. Wyoming wind. Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to give up on Joe Condelis, but I think Jared Petrino should arrive shortly. And we'll do that next.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back. I think President Trump's got it right with this one. He's aiming to take off these environmental regulations on kind of anything burning diesel, particularly farm equipment. The White House roundtable last week, the big takeaway was President Trump said, you know, these regulations, these restrictions, this environmental controls on today's farmer's tractor, are stupid. We already heard what he had to say about the diesel emission stuff that's put on big rigs, buses, trucks. When he pardoned Troy Lake, of course. And now we see President Trump just doubling down. He said, quote, Trump said, we're going to take off a lot of the environmental restrictions they have on machinery. It's ridiculous, said Trump. Farming equipment has gotten too expensive. A lot of the reason is because they put on these environmental excesses on the equipment, which don't do a damn thing except make it complicated and make it impractical. The words of your president. I love it. Trump continued and preaching to the choir for anybody who's bought a John Deere in the last year or two. The machines, they're always under repair because they're so complicated, you can't fix them. The old days, you used to fix it yourself. Now you can't do that. You have to be a PhD. This is President Trump saying this. I don't know how he knows this because I can't imagine the last time Trump has crawled under a Caterpillar or a John Deere or whatever and said, yeah, hand me the 3/4 wrench. Yeah. But whoever is informing him, he's exactly right. Trump added, you need about 185 IQ to turn on a lawnmower these days. He said, so we're going to take that crap off. That's your president. I love it. I love stuff like that Trump says. I didn't necessarily like his Truth Social post regarding Rob Reiner. That was dumb. That was a moment I'm sure he'd like to take back, although he has not walked it back. But that was dumb. But I do like seeing stuff like this come out of the president's mouth. We're going to take that crap off. All that diesel exhaust fluid, the emissions, Environmental Protection Agency, all that beefed up by the Biden administration. It's all made trucks, diesel trucks and diesel transportation, big rigs. It's made them messed up. And then I didn't realize it also extends to farming equipment. Yeah, of course. You know, your thresher, whatever. You're working your tractor out in the field. That's a big diesel burning machine. And that thing has been made crippled by these modern emission requirements that Trump said he's getting rid of, man. You can count Ward Tigner as somebody who's in total agreement of that. He's the owner of Tractor Guys in Worland. Ward Tigner. Tigner's worked on farm equipment for the last 4 decades. And he's noted that tractors built in the last 15 years or so can have anywhere between 3 and 12 computers on board. I mean, tractors become a high-tech, complex machine. And then when you add to it these diesel emissions that President Trump says are crap, it's just one more hoop to jump through, one more speed bump if you're today's farmer. Can't be fun. So I like that. I like that story. That's on the Cowboy State Daily, written by David Madison. Came out on December 15th, just a couple of days ago. Trump targets tractor regulations, promising relief for Wyoming farmers and presumably ranchers a little bit. Yeah, that's good news. Where is Jared Petrino? Suddenly my Zoom room has become haunted. No sign of Joe Candelas, and now Jared Petrino's ghosting me. Dang. Once in a while, you hit a stretch of the bad luck. Jared's going to come out and talk about UW sports. I realize we're no longer in a football season. But I did want to ask him about, there's a 3-star recruit that has made a verbal commitment to Wyoming. That's encouraging. And I did want to talk about basketball. We're into basketball season now, winter sport. And the Cowboys men's team got their first road win in like a million years. Well, first road win in a long time. The Cowboys just finished up their preseason or their pre-conference season, winning 9, losing 2. Very encouraging. Cowboys on the road in Sioux Falls the other day beat the Jackrabbits 87-72 for a road win. And this guy, Nazir Meyer, Naz is special, man. He is a guy. Do they have the transfer portal in basketball? I guess they do, right? NIL, that's in basketball too, I think. I hate to see a guy like Naz get away. He is good. He's legit. He's not the whole team, but he's certainly the star, maybe the face of the team. 6'7" freshman is a guard. He's a different kind of guard. It breaks the mold of what you would think of as a guard. 6'7", he's got the length of a forward, but he plays like a guard, shoots like a guard, and just a freshman. Naz is fun. He led the way in scoring for the Cowboys as they get past the Sioux Falls, they get past the South Dakota Jackrabbits. 87-72 the final there, and the first road win for the Cowboys this year, and the first in a long time. Cowboys good at home, struggle on the road. We're ready for conference play for the Cowboys beginning Saturday as we get our first ever look at Grand Canyon. I don't know who Grand Canyon is. Maybe Jared knows. Here's Jared. Sometimes he has internet problems. Maybe that was it. We'll blame it on the interwebs, I guess. Let's play some fancy music for Jared. Yeah, that's good. Jared, we was talking about basketball. Is your computer giving you trouble again? Did you slap that thing around?
No, that was I was getting off a work call there, so I apologize for being a little late this morning. So.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, that follows Joe Condelis, who was going to be on before you, and as no-show Joe, his daughter, McKenna, standout Cody Phillies athlete of the day. I remember calling her. She was on that all-star Cody Phillies team when it had Molly Hayes, and these 5 girls could have beat any boys team. Like, they were so good, and McKenna was one of them. So I was excited to talk to Joe, if for that reason. But I was wondering, in basketball, is there NIL, is there transfer portal in college basketball as well?
Yeah, there is. Yep, there is. I'm not 100% sure when the windows are, but I know it's in the summertime, and so yeah, they have the same thing.
Yeah, not that I want to speak it into existence, but man, Naz is that kid is fun. Nazir Meyer, he's not the prototypical guard. He's 6'7", this freshman. He can get in the paint with the forwards, but he can shoot like a guard from distance. He can do it all. He's a different kind of guy, and on many nights he's a difference maker. Had a good game, led everybody in scoring the other day. First road win in a million years for the Cowboys, 87-72 over the Jackrabbits. Fun game.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys don't know, if you haven't had a chance to watch him play, I highly recommend to get out there and watch him, or watch him on TV, or get down to Laramie for a game, because like you said, we don't want to talk about it, but who knows? But get your opportunities to watch him. And this team is fun to watch. There's no doubt about it. And they're scoring at a high clip, and they're getting up and down and playing good defense. And there's a lot of guys that rolling off the bench, and yeah, they're just fun to watch. I mean, that's a great win up in Sioux Falls, playing at the Pentagon. Coach Sundance has a lot of memories there, being as a former coach and player at Northern State. So,
I forgot that.
Yeah, so it was fun for him to get back home, and it was a lot of deja vu for him. And so yeah, it was kind of a home game for Wyoming. So, but it was, but yeah, definitely. I was kind of worried about that game a little bit, because South Dakota State does put out a pretty good product every year, usually on the hardwood as well. And so, but makes this one even on Saturday even more big. Grand Canyon, a tournament team, I believe 2 of the last 3 years for sure. So coming up to Laramie for their first time ever, I would assume, and hopefully we can get a packed AA. I wish I could go down there for it, but my son's got a basketball tournament. So, but should be hopefully a great atmosphere down there in the AA this Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys men's basketball team is more than number 2. 2 is just the guy that every night it just thrills us with some kind of ESPN highlight reel play. But it's a full team, and Coach Wicks got the boys playing real well, real fast. What do we know of Grand Canyon? Are they new to the Mountain West? What do we know about them?
Well, it's not our first time we've played them. We played them, I believe it was Coach. It was the year we had a lot of high hopes with Graham Ike and Hunter Maldonado. We went down there and played them in I want to say it was either a 1-possession game or a overtime game. And we pulled out the win. I remember that. It was a great atmosphere. They got a really good basketball program. Coach Drew, son of Scott Drew, Homer Drew, all those guys. Remember Bryce Drew, that he is the one that has the one shining moment clip you always see on NCAA when you see the pass where they flip it to him and he hits the 3 to beat Missouri, I believe, when he was playing for Valpo.
Yeah.
So yeah, they got a good squad, and they're always loaded. 2 years ago, I think they made a tournament run, got to the Sweet 16. So yeah, they're obviously a pretty new program. Obviously Grand Canyon University, and it's kind of still in its early stages of developing, but started athletics not too long ago, and they got things going basketball wise. Yeah,
2:00 Saturday, and the AA conference play begins at home, where the Pokes are near invincible, and it's just so hard to gauge a basketball team based on the preseason play or the pre-conference play. You just don't get an idea how you measure up. But we're going to find out pretty quick this Saturday afternoon. Cowgirls, man, they ran into a buzzsaw in Minnesota. Golden Gophers, they're pretty good, and our girls aspiring to be good. That was a blowout.
Yeah, no, that's a tough place to play. Minnesota's always been a pretty good women's basketball program, and like I said, they're catching their lumps a little bit, but hopefully by the season's end they'll get some rhythm going. And obviously, like we said, it's a whole new squad. I mean, pretty much they got, I think, 1 or 2 returners, and that's it. And so it's going to be kind of find a time for them to find their niche, and hopefully they find it here through the conference play.
We're talking to Jared Petrino, UW Sports. Story today about a beer snake. I gotta say, an informed guy like you probably know a beer snake. When I read the headline, Josh Allen asked for a beer snake, and Jackson comes through. This kid's going to be on the show tomorrow, by the way. I can't wait to get Jackson's sweep on. When number 17 asked a favor of you, the only response Jackson knew is, "I got you, man." And he made it happen. Did you know what a beer snake was? You've probably seen them, but I haven't. Jared's froze. As Jared contemplates a beer snake, he's froze up.
Oh, you got me?
Yeah, I got you now. Okay.
And they got about halfway up the student section and it bust up and no one would get it. But I'll tell you what, they were committed that day. They got that thing up to the second deck, and that's pretty impressive that day. And even made the New Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers. They talked about it even on their show, so it's pretty impressive. They gave the Wyoming student section some props on that one. So
ESPN noted it. We saw the video, and the Kelsey brothers. Jared, shame on you for watching another podcast, but I guess everyone, 7220.
It's on at a different time.
Good. Okay. All right. I could get with that. Yeah, they noted it. How many cups estimate made that beer? Wow.
No idea.
A lot.
No idea. A lot.
Yeah.
I think about 10 cups is about this. 10 cups is about stacked like this. So you think that thing went all the way up to the second level. So they were pretty.
Oh,
too bad those the season ticket holders up there couldn't keep it going. They need to step up their game.
Yeah, I mean, what were you busy doing? Watching us lose to Nevada? I mean, if any game required beer drinking, that was it, man. Holy cow, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that was a really neat moment. Josh Allen asking for the beer snake, and Jackson Sweep, the man on the spot. He was compliant. Anything else going down in Laramie we ought to know about?
Obviously, a big. Got a couple wins against the number one team in the country on the wrestling mat last Saturday night against Penn State. Obviously, we don't compare next side by side against them from a full team standpoint, but it was nice to see a couple guys get some wins against their lineup.
Yeah, Penn State, number one. And there's been years where UW could very well have a better overall showing, but we got a couple of heavyweights that, man, I saw the one guy. What's his name? I didn't write it down.
I couldn't think about it off my head, too. I know what you're talking about, though. Dude, I saw the picture as well.
This guy does not spend a lot of time outside the weight room. He goes from weight room to the mat. He is stacked. Yep. He's swole. I wouldn't mess with him. But yeah, that was a bright spot to get 2 wins out of that wrestling tourney with Penn State, who number one wrestling team. Cool. All right, we gotta go. Jared, thank you.
We'll see you. Have a good weekend.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Moving along on. We got 1 hour left for you of the show, so make sure you hang out with us and enjoy that with us. As who we got for next hour? April Mead's going to be here. Yellowstone photographer. We're going to talk about what it takes to get that perfect shot in Jellystone. Hopefully we'll connect with Joe Candelas. We're trying. But more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in the final hour on this Wednesday. Thanks for spending your morning with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The National Finals Rodeo saw tighter competition this year with a trial run of a new quarter-point scoring system. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that a computer system upgrade means judges can score by full or half points, which opens the door for averages with quarter points.
The new ground rule change at the NFR is making the rides more competitive for Team Wyoming. This is because instead of going to whole points, they're going to a quarter point system.
Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association CEO Tom Glaus tells Cowboy State Daily that this new software is more accurate and reflects the competitor's ride more accurately as well. A Sheridan man has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for bludgeoning his mother and hiding her body under gasoline-soaked blankets. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 24-year-old Israel Melvin changed his plea after mental evaluations and now faces 22 to 40 years in prison.
It's a gamble. If you go to trial and the jury convicts you on second-degree murder, the judge has anywhere from 20 years to life that she can sentence you. You take a plea agreement. In this case, it's a 22 to 40 year agreed sentence if the judge accepts the plea agreement. So in this case, what the gamble is presupposing is 22 to 40 is probably less than the judge would give if we lost at trial. That's always the gamble. And so that sentencing hearing, Judge Phillips can reject the plea agreement, but if she does that, he gets a chance to withdraw his guilty plea.
On December 10th of this year, Melvin changed course and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder after accepting a plea agreement, so say court documents. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Colorado's Front Range faces potential wildfire-related power shutoffs Wednesday amid high winds and dry conditions, but Wyoming utilities say they don't expect outages. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that officials are closely monitoring the weather in case it gets worse.
Excel Energy out of Colorado is seeing some disturbing trends in the weather for Wednesday with high winds and fast winds and the dry weather. It's been unseasonably warm in the Denver area and all along the Front Range north of Denver.
Communities across Colorado's Front Range could see a public safety power shutoff, or PSPS, on Wednesday as Excel Energy, Colorado's largest utility provider, announced its plans to cut power to areas where high winds and dry conditions are heightening the wildfire risk. A Texas hunter used his pistol to shoot off a part of a buck's antler to free it after it became entangled with a dead deer and was near death from exhaustion. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports one man took it upon himself to save that deer that was clinging to life.
We frequently see these situations where we get two male animals, in this case, buck, white-tailed deer, where they get their antlers just hopelessly entangled and they can't get apart from each other. And this guy, he found a couple deer on this ranch that he was surveying. One was already dead and the other one was near death. He did have his 9mm pistol with him. So put two and two together, he ended up freeing the deer by shooting half of one of its antlers off. He hit it in just the right point where it blew off about half the antler, and that was enough to de-entangle it from the dead deer, and it got up and stumbled around, and they came back 2 hours later and it was gone.
Outdoorsman Barrett LaCourie tells Cowboy State Daily that when he and his friend found the helpless deer in Texas Panhandle country, there wasn't enough time to hike all the way back home to retrieve a hacksaw. So he turned to plan B, blasting off one of the dead buck's antlers with the Springfield Hellcat 9mm pistol he always carries with him in the field. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren, and I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
And we're back from news break, Cowboy State Daily Show. We welcome April Mead into the Zoom room, into the discussion. April, it's rare to see you not behind a camera, right?
Yes.
I'm guessing. Yeah. I don't know.
Yes. Behind the camera, standing beside the road, looking for bears. Yeah.
So you're the one. Whenever I'm at that bear jam or there's a bunch of cars pulled over watching these wolves, everybody's got these cannon of a camera out. One of them is April Mead, likely. April, the stuff you've captured is so cool. And thanks for sharing it with Cowboy State Daily. We love it. Whether it's the Wapiti Lake pack up to trouble, up to no good, those wolves, or watching park officials hoist away dead bison. Let's start there. That was a cool story Andrew Rossi had. Andrew was on earlier, and he said he's asked Yellowstone park officials, what do you do with, a dead carcass? They leave things as pristine, as natural as they can in Yellowstone. We know that. They let the ecosystem play out. But occasionally you got a bison that drops dead in the wrong place, and it's not appropriate. It's going to attract predators. It's in a high traffic area. You got to move it once in a while. How do you do that? Yellowstone didn't really want to acknowledge how it's done, why it's done, when it's done, but there was the evidence right there. April's Johnny on the spot with a camera, and it takes some heavy machinery, a front end loader. It's not pretty, but it's real.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And I mean, it's necessary. I've gotten a lot of comments on my videos, particularly with the bison and the front loader, or the recent one I just posted where they were pulling two different dead bison up to the road to haul it off. People often ask, why don't you just leave it there? And it's really not possible, right? The bison that was in the front loader, they left it there. It was 100 yards out. That's kind of the line. And they left it out there for a few days. But there was a Wapiti Lake wolf pup that just kept crossing, and people weren't reading the signs. They weren't following the rules, and it just became too dangerous for the animals and the people, because there was also a 791, a grizzly bear was on that carcass as well, and it was kind of messy. So
interesting. Yeah, I mean, we also want to use you, if we could, as our Yellowstone expert. You're in there a lot. Give us a sense of how often. I want to talk about the different seasons you're in there and what different things you'll see. Your video of the red dogs, the little bison calves running around the spring, so cool. But yeah, so you're based where? You're in Gardner?
Yes. I'm in Gardner. So I have access to the park all year, at least the northern range. And then once or twice a year, I do go into the interior on a snow coach and photograph things because it's beautiful.
Yeah, I did want to ask about the look of winter. It's totally different. But so you're in the park a lot. Well, I mean, what would you ballpark? How many days a year are you in Yellowstone?
I during the regular season, I would say half of the time. I try to be in there as much as I can. I work remotely, and I have a van that has a desk, so I can work in the park, which is pretty cool. So the high times to photograph are morning and the evening, so you have a lot of the day to rest and do other things. So that's usually when I do work. But yeah, I'm here all the seasons. I do kind of avoid August. By then I'm tired of the tourists, and there's not a lot bear activity going on in August. So I take a break and I go back to Washington, which is where I'm from.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting how things are convenient for a wildlife photographer? I think the times when you want to shoot beginning and end of days are the best light. I mean, that's when all photographers say, oh, they don't want to shoot with the the light overhead. They want the early, late day light, and it's also when the wildlife is most active. That works out.
Yeah. So when it's hot, you get the heat waves. So your pictures and video through a scope are not crisp.
Yeah.
So that's why you want the cooler times, super early in the morning. I don't get a lot of sleep during the regular season because you get up, you're out by 5, you're back by 10 p.m. because you get so much light, but it's the best days.
And the days most attractive to human beings when a wildlife photographer wants to take a month off is August. There's too many humans. And you know what? There's probably not wildlife going to be in your viewfinder anyway. It's hot.
No. It's too hot.
It all works out perfectly for you. So you've seen just about everything. You thought you saw just about everything. And then you got the video of the wolf who watched his rack of ribs floating away. That was unbelievable. I love that.
Yeah, that was an elk that they killed early in the morning, and it kind of ended up in the river and started floating away. And in the video that I have here, my friend JoJo's saying, "Oh, runaway dinner," and it just kind of went around the bend and stalled out, but we didn't have as good of a view. But I think that was one of my top days in the park this season, because we had wolves, on the other side of the road, crossing the road for the entire day. It was fantastic. And bear management was there, even with the shutdown, they did bring back one seasonal bear management employee, and there was other rangers there, making the scene really safe for everybody and for the animals. It was fantastic. So good.
I'm going to play a little bit of that. Here's the floating away of the ribs. And this wolf, man, we've all been there where you're just not going to give up on that meal. I had my heart set on ribs tonight, and come hell or high water, I'm going to have ribs. And
it's like me waiting at Costco for a rotisserie chicken when they were out.
You're like, no.
I waited 20 minutes. Yeah.
I know. I get that. I get what this wolf's feeling. Now, I saw a lot of people commenting on the intelligence or lack in intelligence of the wolf. They're like, he's doing it all wrong. He's tugging against the current. Why doesn't he just drag it to the bank? He eventually got it, right?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
They did get it, but I thought the same thing as I was watching it. Why didn't it get in front of it?
Yeah.
Right, to stop it. But it was the only wolf that was out there at that time. So I would think they could work together, but it, went around the bend. They still got to finish eating it.
Maybe he was a juvenile and the older, wiser wolves were sitting around watching him going, that idiot, he's got a lot to learn.
Possibly. I mean, they were across the street, right up on the hillside. I have several pictures of that too. It was the wolf interaction around a carcass is great. It's not always what's on the carcass. But the thing I will tell you is nothing goes to waste. I know that it's one of the more unsavory things that people don't want to see, but I personally think it's beautiful because everybody shares. Yeah. Except for when you get a grizzly that sleeps on it. And then that's even more fun.
Yep. Yeah. You got a grizzly and wolf both have their eye on it. And then I love when a grizzly and or wolf is ripping off pieces of meat and there's a crow or a raven who know they're on the carcass too, and they know I'm okay. The grizzly doesn't want me. He's got this whole, and they both share the same meal within very close confine. But the bird, can probably get away really quickly, and it's fascinating stuff.
It's fantastic. Yeah, and this season we actually had a carcass where there was 4 bears at one time.
Wow.
And that was fantastic. It was a big bull bison that passed away. And, there was like an older bear that was super skinny and a younger bear. And it was just funny to watch them dance around and they'd take their turns. And at one point, this one large male grizzly bolted down the hillside after the younger one. It was fantastic. So good.
April Mead packs a camera in Yellowstone more often than any of us would think about going. She's got the annual pass, I'm thinking.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell me about a carcass. Whenever I bring family or friends into Yellowstone and they say they're looking for the bear, they're scanning for the bear, and they're like, go slower, we might see a bear. I'm like, if you see a bear, we'll see the bear jam first. We'll see you're never going to be the first one that sees this animal.
Well, you can. It's just less likely. Yeah.
So what photographers like you learn to look for is an attractant like a carcass. If you see a carcass, suddenly that's a photographic opportunity. And some people are like, what? A dead animal? What's to shoot there? You're like, just wait a minute, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've learned that, the carcasses, they come few and far between throughout the year. And if one is there, you go after it. You take the time because the things that you will see are just amazing. The interactions, the photo opportunities, they're just fantastic.
So we said the summer crush in Yellowstone, maybe not the greatest time to be there. What's your favorite season, April? Spring? Youth is served in spring. You see the little pups, little calves, I love spring.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I do like winter, but it's different, right? You can easily see wolves, but I think my top is May, June. That's when basically the grizzly bears start coming out. The babies are out. The red dogs are being born. You have the baby elk. You also have carcasses. When babies are born, unfortunately, you get a lot of opportunities for carcasses as well. But really, like the grizzly coy, like the cubs of the year, that's hands down, that's the time when you go and find them. And that's really when bears are active. And June to July is bear mating season too. And so you'll start to see the males come out. You'll see a lot of good interactions between the bears. It's great.
Yeah, that's a fun time. So as often as you're there, you probably have a pretty good eye on identifying who's who. Like me, if I saw a bear, I'm like, oh, there's a bear. You're like, that's 719. Do you know them by number? The Wapiti Lake Pack, you probably know them by wolf. You're like, oh, I know him. He's the funny one.
I don't. There's many more people that are way better at this that have been here for 20 plus years. And I usually consult them, but you can usually tell by the location. And sometimes there are disagreements across the photography community about which bear it is, but we usually try to work it out and figure out which one. But I mean, in the end, it's an animal, right? right? And I always go back and forth between, naming, identifying, and just enjoying them. Right?
Yes. I think, we can go overboard with the whole, naming. Like, just let them be wild. I know. So give me some ideas. Just a couple more things, April, on tips for photographers. If somebody is just starting out, they're a wildlife photographer, they want to know where. They're always going to ask you, where are the animals? And you can't just answer that black and white, but give me some tips on finding first the wolf, the bear, places to look, hot spots in Yellowstone, time of day, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So early morning, get in the park for sunrise or be past, basically up to dark. So dusk when it starts cooling off. That's I think the number one tip. You also need to have a long lens. Please don't come with your phone. Oh my gosh, I've seen people standing over a bear with a phone. You need a scope. You need a camera with a long lens. You can rent those. There's Yellowstone Optics. There's Yellowstone Camera. There's Bozeman Camera. There's several places, and I'd be happy to help people figure out where to rent things if they don't want to buy, because it can be very expensive. But also, I've helped several people. I mean, you can message me, and I give information, but I trade it for you be nice to everybody in the park, anybody who's serving you, the surrounding communities, no matter what happens, be nice, tip well, because these people work very hard in the middle of nowhere to make your trip great, and things happen. Understaffed, it's complicated.
Oh yeah.
But trying to think if there's anything else. Patience. You can't expect to see bears unless you put in the time, or any animal for that matter. Sometimes they're a dot, and I've waited all day. That's part of the fun. You get to sit roadside and talk to people and learn. Yeah. So you've got to be able to put the time in. So don't just blast through Yellowstone in one day and expect to see animals. You're going to need to put in the time.
Right. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Maybe you see in a spotting scope, or the use of some tech, you see something far off, and you got to wait. Like, okay, not a great shot now, but let's hang out a little bit. Which way is it going? That's good. And then just the basic advice of, you should be coming through the gate, whatever gate that is in Yellowstone, in the dark. Whether you're arriving or leaving, it should be dark. And then you got the timing right. I like that. Hey, give me an idea. We hear about all these times about these tourists just doing the wrong thing, even photographers doing the wrong thing. We hear of it more and more. I wonder if we're just hearing it more and more, or there actually is more and more instances of people who are, I don't know, they're clueless, they're ill-informed, but they're too close. And you mentioned having the right camera, the right apparatus. Like, do you see a lot of that? People just like, oh my goodness, what are they doing?
I do. And I do have some videos of that as well. I try not to make a big deal about it, because that's what the Tourons page is for. But every once in a while, and I've actually had a video featured on the Tourons page. But I think with visitation going up, and the fact that the park is under-resourced, underfunded, it does create more of a situation where people aren't following the rules. Like, for example, bear management can't be everywhere. Law enforcement can't be everywhere. And so people just make bad decisions. They don't see the signs. They don't understand that they're in a wild place. I mean, I think of Yellowstone as a death trap between thermal features and wild animals. You just have to have massive respect. And I think people associate it with Disneyland, and they think they can just come in. And they don't read the rules. They just think it's a zoo. And I've seen it a lot, more and more. And that's where that fatigue comes in, where you can't handle it, because it puts the animals in danger when they do that.
Yeah. And for people that are irresponsible or just don't know, there's a book written on it, Death in Yellowstone. There's many ways to die in that park.
Several.
And a shout out to the employees, and there's not enough of them, but the National Park Service, whether it's law enforcement or information, there's not enough people to cover 2.2 million acres, and they do the best they can, and they do a great job. We're talking to April Mead, who's got some great stuff. One last thing I wanted to ask you, April, is when do you decide when it's a photo, a still one-shot photo, and when, I better take a video of this. Is it the same camera? Is it different? And when do you say, I need to show the movement in this animal? Like,
yeah. So you probably noticed in my post, I'll do a still photo, and then I've been doing this thing where I switch to video. So a lot of times I use the same camera. So the camera that I photograph with, I will capture that animal moving, because I just feel like people need to know it's alive. And especially if they're doing something interesting, like a moose I just posted a couple days ago. He was scratching himself on a pine tree, and it's cool to see it alive rather than just a photo. And that's the thing I've noticed is people really love video. They love to see the park rangers. They like to see the underbelly of the park. They like to see videos of the animals. They like to feel like they're there. And even the new bridge, I posted a video of the new bridge that just opened up, and people were really loving that too. So, it's cool. The park is amazing.
Yeah.
I love to share that.
Yeah. And it's almost a whole new medium, but yesterday's coffee table book with that beautiful shot, the landscape shot at Yellowstone, that's still real. And Tom Mangelson and April Mead, they do that every day. But the video, like a video short, a reel, an 8-second of video of an animal doing something. Now suddenly that's a whole different product. It's really neat.
Yeah. Yep. I love it. And I mostly capture it for me.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of time looking at my own posts just to relive the memories.
Right.
If people happen to like it, great. But yeah, I've captured so much throughout the years that I've been here. And so that's why I was able to bring that carcass photo or that video from 2024 out from, the backlog of stuff that I have. So it's very cool.
Yeah. The February 24. Yeah. The October 29th. That wasn't that long ago with the wolves with the rib flow. It's so cool. April, we're so fortunate to have you sharing your gallery with us. Cowboy State Daily. Anybody who looks in, do you want, how do we find you? Should we just wait till you have something in Cowboy State? Where do we find your work? I tried to join your Insta, but it's private. I got to be in the club.
Oh no, it's public.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's Yellowstone Concierge. Yeah. So
all right.
I changed the name of it recently. So it's basically, I usually post 1 to 3 times a day of some content, photos, video, something from the park. So it's a very active page, but it's Yellowstone Concierge on Instagram.
Okay. Yellowstone Concierge. That's April Mead, who makes a mission of getting into Yellowstone with a camera, and we all enjoy the effort. Thanks, April, for spending time with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course, anytime. Cowboy State Daily, April Mead. Let's take a break. Coming right back with more This Day in History next.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go.
somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's Wednesday, December 17th. These are the things that happen on this day in history. 1890 on this day, Union Pacific switchmen went on strike. And I would assume if your switchmen are on strike, so too are your engineers and everybody else, because who wants to run a train without the switchman making sure there's not a train coming toward you? Yeah, the UP switchmen went on strike on this day, 1890. 1904 this day, John McIntyre is born in Dewey County, Oklahoma. McIntyre was a congressman in Wyoming from 1941 to 43, serving just that single term. He also served as a state auditor later in 1946 and would eventually be a justice on the Wyoming Supreme Court from 1960 until his death in 1974. John McIntyre, born on this day, 1904 in Oklahoma. 1916 this day, Interocean was destroyed by fire. The Interocean was, in its day, the gathering place in Cheyenne. Similar to what the Occidental is to Buffalo, what the Irma is to Cody, the Interocean was where it was at in Cheyenne in the early 1900s until it burned down. The Interocean, one of several Cheyenne hotels that were the major watering hole, the place where big deals went down. If you were a big deal, you were at the Interocean. It was there in the Interocean, by the way, that Tom Horn had his famous conversation with Joe LaForce. Tom Horn would eventually be arrested right outside the Interocean. No doubt after a few rounds. The hotel was built by Barney Ford, who was an interesting dude in his own. He was a businessman who was born a slave, and he escaped that life. His father was a white plantation owner. His mother was black and a slave. And he kind of lived in that nowhere world and finally ran away from it. After escaping, he lived an adventuresome life, rose to great wealth in Colorado, and would build and own and operate the Interocean. He loved the name so much he would also build another hotel in Denver on 16th Street, also called the Interocean. A real cool building, real cool place. But the one in Cheyenne burned down on this day, 1916. This day, 1977, Nellie Taylor Ross died at the age of 101. You know Nellie Taylor. She was inaugurated first woman governor in the United States in 1925. Wyoming always first with women, with equality, with suffrage. She was elected 14th governor of Wyoming, the first woman governor anywhere in the U.S. in 1925. She died on this day in 1977 at the age of 101. Alan B. Johnson received his commission as a federal judge for the District of Wyoming on this day in 1985. Ever heard of the Preble's jumping mouse? It was on the endangered species list. It was this day in 2003. Wyoming filed a petition to delist the Preble's jumping mouse from the endangered species list. And finally, on this day, 2010, I remember it like it was yesterday, ribbon cutting ceremony held for the new terminal at the Jackson Hole Airport, 2010 on this day. All these things happen on this day, December 17th. Let's rodeo a little bit with Will Rasmussen and the Rodeo Roadshow, courtesy of our friends at the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi again, everybody. Will Rasmussen here, wrapping up Vegas and the 40th year the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo was held in Las Vegas, Nevada. What a show it was, with record earnings all around. Speaking of record earnings, we'll talk about the Top Gun Award and a short recap on this year's NFR on the Roadshow, coming up next.
Coming up this Friday, St. Ange Livestock, St. Ange, South Dakota, big special bred cow and bred heifer sale. Looks like 12 to 1,500 bred females. Also going to have some feeder cattle. We'll start the sale at 8 in the morning. 11 o'clock we'll be on to the feeders. 12 noon the bred cows. 240 head of the Blair Brothers calving dispersion. All their May calving cows in town. Great lineup. They're 3s to 7. Every May calver in town. Probably have 350 bred heifers. A lot of good cows. So if you're needing some bred cows, be at St. Ange Livestock this Friday, starting at 12 noon on the bred cows.
Sheep producers and industry members, save the date. The 2026 American Sheep Industry Association Annual Convention is set for January 28th through the 31st in Reno, Nevada. It's the one time each year the entire U.S. sheep industry comes together to share ideas, set priorities, and strengthen the future of American sheep production. From policy to innovation, don't miss this key gathering of producers, leaders, and partners. Get all the details at sheepusa.org.
Record prize money all over professional rodeo in the year 2025, and it's going to break records again in 2026, including the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo, where millions of dollars were paid out not only to personnel but stock contractors and contestants with record money. TJ Gray of Derry, Oregon, the bull rider who had a sensational Wrangler National Finals Rodeo and wound up runner-up to the world champion bull rider Stetson Wright, but he was the Top Gun Award winner. The Top Gun Award goes to the largest amount of money won in a single event, and TJ Gray from Oregon won $296,000 and some change en route to his finest year as a professional. And right away, he went in for surgery yesterday, as a matter of fact, for an infection on his ankle. So we will see how that goes 8 weeks upon his return. Stetson Wright, an unbelievable $820,000 in the year 2026. Boy, what a rodeo roadshow we had from Las Vegas. Glad you were along for the ride. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Will. And thank you, Western Ag Network. Russell Nemitz runs the show over there, and that crew was also in Casper last week, December 8th through the 10th. to help cover the Wyoming Stock Growers Association Winter Roundup Convention and Trade Show. We talked to Jim Magagna, Executive VP of the Wyoming Stock Growers, and he talked about that convention they just held in Casper, the winter convention. It was well attended thanks to some perfect weather, and it was one of the best ever, and Western Ag Network was there to cover it. A lot of good video and information coming out from. Thanks for Western Ag Network for making the show there and bringing that to life for us. I watched a little of the video, saw a little bit of Dr. Daryl Peel talk, and just got a sense of being there without being there, thanks to our friends at Western Ag Network. Jim Magagna, thanks for being on today as well to talk about the winter convention and how it went. I am just reading this now in the local Jackson paper. This may not make ripples across the state, but it's a big deal to Jackson Hole. The Flat Creek Ranch, an iconic ranch, once owned by who was the famous princess? I have to go back and read that story. It's the Flat Creek Ranch has a ton of history to it. It's owned now. Well, it has new owners now, but it's owned by the Kunstels, Joe Albright and Marcia Kunstel, owners of the last 27 years of the Flat Creek Ranch. Really cool ranch, remote guest ranch. Like it's legit. It's not a fancy dude ranch. It is a real experience in Western living, full immersion. It's in the wilderness area, just outside the wilderness area of the Gros Ventre. Hard to get to. There's a road they built in the Depression era. I think they built this road, I think in like 1929, 30, 31, like the CCC built it, and they have not improved upon that road since at all. It is horrid. You feel guilty driving a rental down this road. It is, it's not for the faint of heart. It's a hard to get to ranch. It's really cool. Flat Creek Ranch, iconic, historic. Well, I'm just reading news in the Jackson Hole News and Guide that Joe Albright, Marcia Kunstel, are gifting the ranch to the longtime managers. I mean, just giving them the keys to the ranch. That's unheard of. That you don't see that anymore. They're not selling. They're not. Certainly, they could have sold. They could have, worked some kind of conservation easement. They just turned the ranch over to Trey and Shelby Sharp, who essentially have been the ranch for the last 2 decades. Trey and Shelby have been running Flat Creek for 21 years. And the announcement was made at the Rotary Club of Jackson at a meeting yesterday. That surprise announcement for most of us, maybe Trey and Shelby knew, but Albright and Kunstel said, the ranch is yours. We're turning this all over to you. 103-year-old ranch. To keep it from falling into, Albright and Kunstel wrote, why are we doing this? To keep our 103-year-old ranch from falling into the wake of Jackson's rush to develop mega mansions and hulking hotels. Oh, amen. What a move. That's a big deal in the real estate world. I see Latham Jenkins is also mentioned in this story. Latham was on the show yesterday. Had a nice chat with him, the associate broker for Live Water Properties in Jackson. So swing and a miss maybe for Live Water. Not a listing for them, but it's good news for everybody in Jackson to see that ranch turned over to folks who have cared for it and operated it for the last 21 years. Trey and Shelby. That's a great story. You don't see that certainly every day in Jackson. You see land turned from ranch to, mega development too often. We'll take a little bit of a break, come back with a Wyoming game and fish moment with Ray Hageman. I also want to talk about gambling in Wyoming and what measures are being taken to make sure that doesn't become an addiction, a problem. And we'll check out Dale Killingback's story about the 3 Cheyenne teens that face charges now after a botched gun theft. Tip to kids. Of all the things you can steal, a gun is probably the worst idea. We'll be right back.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Just reading some updates to the Rob Reiner and his wife murder, the son suspect, and Nick Reiner. There's new video surfacing that shows the exact moment Nick Reiner was captured, surrounded by police, and he gives up. Los Angeles, there's a camera on every corner, so of course surveillance video now exists. We're learning more about the state of Nick Reiner's mental, emotional attitude. The party that happened that night, the night before he would allegedly stab mom and dad to death. Apparently, Nick Reiner was at a party thrown by Conan O'Brien where he had numerous altercations with the partygoers. He was acting bizarrely, said people who were at the party. Eventually asked to leave, like, get out of here. He was asking people how famous they were, why they were famous. He was just going off the rails, obviously. Bill Hader came forward, the comedian, and made a statement about how he was just chilled by the encounter with Nick Reiner. Like, dude was not right. Anyway, I don't want to waste a ton of time on that. It's just tragic. Also in the news today, EVs. I mean, is the EV officially dead now? It's circling the drain. We're talking about the EV transition, automakers pulling the plug on EVs, electric vehicles. Is this going to be our future, or was this a lot of built-up hype that is not going to come into fruition? We're seeing a lot of anti-EV stories in the news today and in recent times. Here's a story from Bloomberg. The EV transition is beginning to unravel. Slowly at first, then all at once. Ford just announced it was discontinuing its EV pickup truck. They have billions invested in building electronic pickup trucks, and Ford just said, nope, pull the plug. Not doing it. Not happening. Not working. Tesla owners have come forward. Another story in the cool down. Tesla owner highlights the overlooked costs of electric versus gas cars. EVs aren't cheaper, certainly. They're not cheaper to own and operate or maintain. And the infrastructure does not exist to drive them cross country, for instance. There's a lot of reasons to be down on EVs, electronic vehicles, but without the government subsidies, which are quickly going away under the new presidential administration, EVs are, you get the feeling the future's dead in the electronic vehicle movement. The global transition to EVs is unraveling. Bloomberg's story alone is really interesting. A lot of pullback. Even Tesla, that on the forefront, the Elon Musk-led manufacturer sees the limitation to EVs. As I said, Ford Motor Company recently announced it was going to give up on making the EV pickup truck. General Motors recently incurred $1.6 billion in charges. It tied to paring their EV production down somewhat as they scale back from the whole EV thing. Yeah, that Ford retreat, Reuters story, that's surprising, I think. And that's going to have industry-wide implications. $19.5 billion Ford has sunk into the EV and is stepping away from it, giving up. They'll take a $19.5 billion write-down to discontinue their EV pickup truck product. Wow. Let's see. What else was these teens. Yeah, this is just a bad idea from the get-go. Dale Killingbag talks about 3 Cheyenne teens now facing charges after a botched gun theft left an 18-year-old shot dead. 3 teens were meeting at a parking lot. Where was the parking lot? Not that we want to give a shout out to the business. It's got nothing to do with them, but Jarheem Turner, 17-year-old, charged with involuntary manslaughter. He allegedly shot dead Vincent Gardia as Gardia was pistol whipping him, according to court records. There are also co-conspirators involved. Jonathan Bolton, 16-year-old, Solomon White Hayes, 16-year-old. They both face charges of conspiracy to commit aggravated robbery and accessory aid and abet aggravated robbery, all stemming from a November 12th incident when these youths were gathered together to conduct a transaction that had began online, I think, And then the supposed purchase of an MP5 was to go down. That's a German-made submachine gun. Somebody said, I got an MP5 I'm selling for $700. They all got together, but the intent of the buyers was not to buy the machine gun. It was to take it, steal it. And then obviously it went bad and we got one shot dead. This story in the Cowboy State Daily. This story from Scott Schwebke. I don't want to make it I told you so moment, but I might be the only one seeing red flags when it comes to gambling. You cannot watch football today without hearing an ad for DraftKings or the other gambling. It's all about betting. It's even incorporated by the networks in the pregame football show. They'll talk about what's the side bet today? Does so-and-so catch more than 100 yards worth of passes? What's the point spread in this game? It's all football is almost built to support gambling, is your impression. If you were to turn on a National Football League game today, you might think the entire thing's underwritten by the gambling industry. Not that there's anything wrong with a fun side bet, a $5 bet or fantasy football, whatever it is, but it's just more and more and more gambling angle to sports. And Wyoming, while it's not a state where gambling is legal, certainly not like Nevada, there's plenty of opportunities to gamble, to wager, plenty of opportunities, both online with national sports or in casinos that are on reservations, Indian reservations. There's a lot of gambling opportunities. Well, guess what happens when gambling is so available? There's gambling addiction problems. Wyoming gamblers turn to self-ban program as addictions surge. This story from Scott Schwebke dropped at the Cowboy State Daily on December 15th. Wyoming has joined a national self-exclusion program whereby gamblers ban themselves from betting. Experts say it can help, but warn it's only one tool in addressing what has become a surging gambling addiction problem in Wyoming. The Wyoming Gaming Commission agreed on December 18th to participate in the National Voluntary Self-Exclusion Program, NVSEP. It allows players to opt out of wagering activities in 21 jurisdictions. If you could prevent yourself from placing a bet, you probably would. So I don't know how these self-exclusion programs, how hopeful we should be. But Wyoming has a gambling problem, according to some. Will it be effective? We'll find out. Scott Schwebke's story, interesting, eye-opening in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's see what's going on with our friends over at Wyoming Game and Fish. Ray Hageman is there.
Hi, I'm Ray Hageman. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Big opportunity for anglers in southwest Wyoming this winter. Stay tuned. 3 fishing derbies and a pilot harvest program in southwest Wyoming will offer great opportunity and help manage the state's resources. Registration is open for the Burbot Bash until January 18th. The event is January 23rd through the 25th at Flaming Gorge Reservoir. Burbot were illegally introduced to the Green River drainage about 20 years ago, and anglers have played a major role in reducing their impact. Since 2011, over 50,000 burbot have been harvested in this contest, with 4,675 burbot in the last Burbot Bash. Another derby targeting illegally introduced burbot is the Ding the Ling at Fontenelle Reservoir near LaBarge, February 6th through the 8th. Anglers caught 1,277 burbot there last year. The event is hosted by the LaBarge Events Committee. Look for registration information on social media. There are also events focused on lake trout in Flaming Gorge Reservoir. The Mac Attack, hosted by Buckboard Marina, is an opportunity for anglers to reduce smaller lake trout in Flaming Gorge. This derby is February 20th through the 22nd. Previous Mac Attacks have harvested up to 900 smaller lake trout during the 2-day event. with harvest limits in place. Regulations now allow anglers to harvest an unlimited number of lake trout less than or equal to 28 inches long. Good angler participation and unlimited harvest can have a large and positive impact on the entire fishery. The Angler Harvest Program is a pilot program hosted by the Flaming Gorge Chamber of Commerce. It runs from January 1st all the way through April 30th, with no registration or cost to participate. There are cash rewards for the greatest number of lake trout harvested, tagged fish, and through random draws. All anglers need to do is submit the heads of lake trout harvested, fill out a short survey, and deposit those heads in a uniquely numbered bag at one of 4 freezers around Flaming Gorge. Details on this new program is on the Game and Fish Department's Flaming Gorge Reservoir Management page on the department's website. Anglers are reminded that with generous regulations on burbot and lake trout at Flaming Gorge, they should still consume or find someone to consume their catch. If unable to do that, the best option is to eviscerate and release them back into the water to recycle their nutrients. The last option is to throw them away at home or in a dumpster around the reservoir in a plastic bag for clean disposal. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Well, just a tragic story at the worst time as we're in the Christmas season, the holiday season, and for one family, it is not going to be what they would have ever envisioned. This story, by far the most responded to on the Cowboy State Daily today, according to the Facebook traffic. Wind-fueled fire burns everything Cheyenne family owns, including their Christmas presents. 1,200 impressions, 100 comments, 91 shares, and hopefully a chance for Wyomingites to rally to the cause for this Cheyenne family. And fire, the second fire, really this in the past week or so. Well, that's going to wrap us up for a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Thank you for spending your day with us. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Have a great Wednesday, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.